It is 5 minutes to 10 on Thursday, the 12th of December, polling day across the United Kingdom, and welcome to the BBC Election Centre at New Broadcasting House in London. A very good evening. For the fourth time in the space of 5 years, the future of the United Kingdom is uncertain. And this time, with politics in deadlock and Brexit unresolved, the stakes are higher than ever. Now, in a few moments, polling stations across the United Kingdom will close, the voting will be over, and we'll be able to reveal the result of our exit poll. That's our first hint of the possible result. Will Boris Johnson be back in number 10? Will Jeremy Corbyn beat him to it? Or will the outcome be less than clear when it comes to Jeremy Vine's winning line?
Well, here we are again. 2 years ago in our virtual Downing Street, I showed you the Conservatives falling short and Labour improving, but not by nearly enough. And the result was 2 years of chaos in Parliament. The question tonight is whether any party can get 326 seats or more and send their leader through that door with a majority.
The party leaders voted earlier today, wrapped up against the elements in the first December election since 1923, less than a fortnight before Christmas. They know that these ballot boxes hold the key to their futures, and my colleague Naga Manchetti is watching the hard-fought race to declare the night's first result.
Well, all eyes are on the northeast today to see who will declare first. Last time it was Newcastle, but we have found out that their neighbours in Blythe Valley have been practising in secret. Are you ready? Yeah! They think they can get the counting done in under 44 minutes. We'll see if they pull it off.
High above the newsroom, our specialist team will be gathering the results as they come in, and our election supremo, Professor Sir John Curtice, ready to analyse those results and to update the early predictions. There are 650 MPs to be elected, every one of those outcomes vital to the final result. And my colleague Reeta Chakrabarti is at the big screen with more details.
This has been such a hard election to predict, with the shadow of Brexit hovering over the usual tribal loyalties. Well, we're about to find out what the real numbers are, and I'm here at the giant touchscreen, which has been loaded with data from thousands of people as they leave polling stations across the country. In a few moments' time, I should be able to predict which seats are changing hands.
And just outside the studio, in the cold night air, my colleague Sophie Rayworth with a vast map of the United Kingdom and the changing political landscape.
Yes, this is the UK, but not as you know. We have made each constituency exactly the same size. So one hexagon for one MP, and it gives you a much better idea of where the real balance of power lies. Now, this map is laid out in the colours of the 2017 general election. Shortly, we're going to start pulling them all up and then relaying them as the results come in to find out just what has changed.
And back here in our studio, our Inquisitor-in-Chief, Andrew Neil, will be talking to many of the winners and losers, finding out why the election turned out as it did, and where we go from here.
Throughout the night, as the results come in, I'll be speaking to an array of politicians and pundits in the studio and across the country, asking them what went right, what went wrong, and what happens next.
With me all night is the BBC's political editor, Kuenssberg. She's waiting to give her immediate verdict on the exit poll. So here we are. We are just seconds away from the result of the exit poll. Our first prediction of the potential outcome of this election. More than 20,000 people were asked how they voted today at 144 polling stations right across the UK on behalf of the BBC, ITV and Sky. So, as Big Ben reaches 10 o'clock, we are standing by with those crucial exit poll figures. Here they are. Our exit poll is suggesting that there will be a Conservative majority when all the votes are counted after this election of December 2019. The Conservatives on 368 seats and Labour way down on 191. Now, on those figures, we are looking at a Conservative majority of 86 if the votes actually tally up with this prediction. And that will be the biggest Conservative majority since Margaret Thatcher's third victory back in 1987. Let's look at that Labour figure of 191 for Jeremy Corbyn. That would be the worst Labour result in modern times, and certainly worse than the figure obtained by Michael Foot back in 1983, a low point for Labour. Let's look at the wider picture. And here we have the figures for all the parties. The Conservatives, we are suggesting on 368, that is a rise of 50 seats in this election, as suggested by the exit poll. Labour on 191, suffering as many as 71 losses. That's the suggestion of the poll. And the SNP on 55, making some 20 gains. The Lib Dems on 13, up just one seat. Plaid Cymru on 3, losing a seat. The Greens on 1, no change. The Brexit Party not winning any seats, according to this exit poll. And the others, most of those in Northern Ireland, making up 19. It is an exit poll. We will see how accurate it is, of course, when the results start coming in. And we may even get some results within some 45 minutes or so. But it is a dramatic poll. And it certainly suggests that Boris Johnson is on course for a very solid majority of at least 80 seats, possibly 86. Let's get Laura Kuenssberg's reaction to this.
Well, we have all just lived through some of the most turbulent times any of us can remember in terms of our politics. And if these numbers are broadly correct, Boris Johnson, who just a year ago was on the backbenches, may just have redrawn the map. On these figures, he would have clear backing on the green benches behind him to take us out of the European Union next month, a momentous junction for our country. But it would also mean another 5 years of Conservative rule with a solid majority behind him, tipping the Conservatives into governing the country for more than a decade. And also seeing Labour go to a fourth defeat at a general election in a row. But this time, if these numbers are even roughly correct, a serious and historic loss. The SNP appear to have increased their dominance, their tight hold in Scotland. The other parties, though, do not appear to have made much of a breakthrough. But remember, it is early. This is a sample. These are polling numbers. We are at the beginning of drawing the picture of who will have the power to make the decisions that do and will change all of our lives.
It's a pretty startling set of figures, Laura, I think it's fair to say. At any point in the campaign, did you sense that the Conservatives were on course for this kind of majority, if the poll is correct?
I think from all of the parties here, the overriding sense all the way through has been this has been an almost impossible election to read. And they've all, rather than fixating on particular numbers, they've all been looking at a range. So senior Conservatives I've been talking to today even were saying all the way through they'd been expecting, hoping that they would at least scrape to majority, aware though that it might not be in the bag, but all with that possibility that they might make the kinds of inroads in leave areas, and they could, they hoped, almost create a set of dominoes where seats might fall in these kinds of numbers. And I think on early suggestions, what this does show is that although lots of issues have been discussed and matter to our viewers tonight, this has broadly been a Brexit election where the Tories have managed to create a hard leave vote and keep it together, and the Remain vote has split across.
I suppose the headline really, apart from the Conservative majority as suggested, is that right now we're looking at the political landscape changing radically.
Absolutely. I mean, this would be a redrawing of the map. Labour way down. I mean, as you said, that is Labour behind where they were in the early 80s. And everybody in the Labour Party, many of our audience tonight, know how long it took the Labour Party to build back from that kind of level of support. But also look at the SNP tightening their grip on Scotland. So this may well be, and of course we'll say it lots of times in the next few hours, don't we? This is an early taste. But it may well be that Boris Johnson, who had been written off so many times, such a controversial and divisive figure, we heard that around the country in the last few weeks, may have been able to change the boundaries in British politics if these results bear out.
We have several hours to talk about this, Laura. Some
plenty to
initial
chat.
thoughts there. Thank you very much. Laura's with us throughout the night, of course. Let's take a look outside in central London here, because this is an old broadcasting house we're looking at. Next to it is new broadcasting house. And all night we are projecting the figures on Broadcasting House so that those passing can see it, and of course we can show it across our screens across the UK and worldwide. And there you have it, the exit poll suggesting Labour possibly down to 191 seats, the SNP on 55, and we're looking at the Lib Dems on 13. That would be a very disappointing result if that is true for Joe Swinson, party leader. Plaid Cymru on 3. The suggestion of the poll is that they will lose one of their seats. And there you have right at the top the headline figure. The Conservatives, according to the poll, are forecast to get 368 seats. That is a gain of 50 seats on the 2017 performance under Theresa May. That would be a dramatic success for Boris Johnson. And this is indeed, if it is true, a heavy, heavy blow for Jeremy Corbyn. A strong performance, if it's right, for the SNP in Scotland, as Laura was saying, and there'll be some licking of wounds at Lib Dem headquarters. Plaid Cymru, as I say, in Wales, down to 3, we think, but we'll wait to see what's going on. So it seems like a good moment now that we have these figures, and as I say, let's wait for some results to come in so that we can measure the results against the suggested prediction of the exit poll. We'll talk to Sir John Curtice, who's the guru that we have, who's in charge of these figures. We'll ask John about them a little later, but it seems like a good moment to talk to Jeremy Vine and ask Jeremy about these figures and what they might produce.
Well, Hugh, it will change the House of Commons if the exit poll is correct. Let's just remind you that to win an overall majority in the House of Commons, you need 326 MPs. Theresa May fell short, didn't she, in 2017? But the exit poll has Boris Johnson going straight through the 326, quite a long way past it, with 368 MPs, a gain of 50 on the Theresa May result 2 years ago. And then the other story of the night, which you've mentioned and Laura's been talking about, is just how badly Labour's showing is in the exit poll. Of course, the actual results may change this, but let's look at these numbers. That 191 seats for Labour would be below what Michael Foot did in 1983. He got above 200 at least. And then this amazing performance by the SNP, if that's what it is. Again, we wait for the actual results. Exit poll showing Lib Dems not really moving. Plaid Cymru in Wales down a little. 1 Green MP still, and then the others on 19. And the key figure, and what will give Boris Johnson so much comfort tonight as he looks at this, is that the exit poll forecasts a majority of 86. So you end that period in Parliament where no one could get anything done. If that is the majority, that is a stunning victory.
Jeremy, thanks very much. And as you say the word stunning victory, someone next to me is smiling rather politely at this point, but certainly looking quite happy. Priti Patel, the Home Secretary, welcome. Thanks for joining us. So, all right, it's a poll, it's an exit poll, but it's a very big sample and it's across the UK. And it is suggesting a pretty solid majority for Boris Johnson and you and your team. So your initial reaction to that?
Well, I think first of all, we should all recognise that this is a projection and not an actual result. And Hugh, you've said this, Laura said this in her opening remarks as well. We'll see the results coming through. That is the right way forward. But, you know, this has been a hard-fought general election campaign at a cold time of the year as well. We've all been out on the road. We've had amazing candidates day in, day out, taking that message out across the country that we need to break the gridlock that has dominated Parliament for the last 3 years, and that to move the country forward, to end the paralysis, to get Brexit done, and to get on and do all the things that we've been speaking about as Conservatives in this general election campaign, we need a functioning Conservative majority.
Well, if you do have a majority of 80 plus, there'll be no excuse for not breaking the deadlock because you'll have the majority you need. Viewers will be wondering, OK, well, what is Priti Patel? What are the colleagues going to be doing with this majority straight away? What can we expect in the couple of weeks to come? I know it's before Christmas.
Well, importantly, as we have outlined throughout this entire campaign, the focus has been on Brexit. You know, we've had that gridlock in Parliament. We want to get Brexit done. You've heard the Prime Minister say this. Get it done before Christmas. Introduce the legislation and and get that moving in Parliament. And then, of course, speaking about the priorities, NHS, education, law and order, police officers, something obviously that I'm working on, points-based immigration system, absolutely moving the country out of that paralysis so that we can get back and invest in public services, get the country moving, and actually focus on the issues that matter to the British public. I've heard that on the doorstep over the last 5 weeks. I have toured the country, so as the Prime Minister, we all have. We've been out there with candidates day in, day out, and we've been listening to the public, and that's the most important thing, that we want to move the country forward and deliver for them.
Queen's speech next week?
Well, we will not hang around, obviously. We've indicated previously as well that if we get a functioning majority, a Conservative functioning majority in Parliament, we want to move things forward. That means getting Brexit done, having the legislation, Queen's speech, so that we can actually start to introduce legislation and bills in Parliament.
So just so that viewers are clear, you're saying that you'll move to get a Queen's speech and withdrawal bill before Christmas?
We will move, absolutely, to get on and do the job with a functioning majority of exactly what we've said we'd do during the general election campaign. Okay. Deliver on the priorities, people's priorities, and obviously on the pledges that we've made throughout the campaign, including in our general election manifesto.
Laura?
Just would you confirm you'll bring then the Brexit bill back before Christmas?
Well, we have said throughout the campaign that getting Brexit done is the priority, Laura. You've heard this many times as well. You know, the deal is there, it's good to go. We need to move forward. We're not waiting, you know, we want to end this paralysis. So we're keen, but look, let's see what the results bring this evening.
So it's not guaranteed before Christmas, are you saying that?
No, I'm saying that if we get a functioning Conservative majority, we'll be in a position to get on and get the job done, as we've been saying throughout the election campaign.
We'll talk again, Priti. Thanks very much for joining us for now. Priti Patel, the Home Secretary there. What we're looking for, of course, is the first real result. And when is that coming in? Normally, it's seats in the northeast of England. We're in Sunderland or Newcastle or other places which are counting very, very quickly indeed. Now, Naga Manchetti is keeping an eye on things for us, and we may be in for a bit of a surprise, Naga, yes?
This is a surprise for you, Hugh. Who doesn't like a surprise on election night, eh? I am in Blythe Sports Centre near Newcastle. They're so keen to be the first to declare tonight. How many boxes have we had? We had about 22, 23 boxes. The first box arrived at 38 seconds past 10. So you just saw they get here, they're scanned, and then they are run through this corridor. They've got loads of sporty volunteers who have all trained for this moment. Of course, speed is key. They're brought around from all over the Blythe Valley constituency. Rush through this bit. You can hear the shouts when new ballot boxes are arriving just in that car park over there. They run along into here, into the counting centre where the counting teams are. Look at this, look at the frenetic activity. It's all about speed, but actually it's very much about accuracy too. Now, we all know that the race has been on. We've seen Newcastle do it, we've seen Sunderland do it. The man behind that was a gentleman called Bill Crawford. Blythe Valley poached him. He has been masterminding this operation, making sure that the lightweight paper is used, the teams you can see passing the ballot papers all along each other. The buzz in this hall is fantastic. And there is another trick to this, because everyone's using lightweight paper now. The trick is a computer program designed to keep a running tally. So you get the result the moment the last vote is counted. They want to beat the record that was set in Sunderland in 2015. That was 44 minutes. Stay tuned. I'm going to be watching to see if they manage to do it. Hugh.
Naga, thanks very much. Well, we're keeping an eye on Blythe Valley, but to be fair, I think it's fair to say that Sunderland, the good people of Sunderland, are not giving up on this. Let's have a look at some of these images that have just come in, because Sunderland City Council also, as ever, very, very efficient in their counting, and they're hoping as well to match that record of 43 minutes. So the boxes coming into Sunderland at a pace, look at that. They don't want to be beaten by Blythe Valley, so we'll see what happens in Houghton and Sunderland South, which has taken the honours in the past. And that's the scene in Sunderland as they're bringing the boxes in from across the constituency. And we're also, of course, looking at Newcastle, because in Newcastle they've also been in first place in the past, and the same kind of running and rushing happening there, going through the teams that have been properly put through their paces. So we've got Newcastle counting as well. So 3 constituencies really are hoping to be first with that result. But Blythe Valley, as we heard from Naga, are very excited about the prospect of surprising us all and coming first for the first time. So we'll see whether they do that. But we're encouraging them all to be hugely competitive at this point of the evening and get us a result within, I don't know, half an hour's time. That would be great, wouldn't it? So as things stand, the exit poll is suggesting at this point that there will be a pretty solid Conservative majority, possibly of 80 seats or more for Boris Johnson, and that Labour will have done exceptionally badly. That's what the poll is suggesting, at 191 seats, making more than 70 losses. That would be worse than Michael Foot's performance back in 1983. So let's hear from one of Labour's key figures, John McDonnell. He's with Andrew.
Thanks you, John McDonnell, Shadow Chancellor. If this exit poll is anywhere near right, this result is a catastrophe for you, Jeremy Corbyn, and the Labour Party.
It's extremely, if it is anywhere near this.
Just anywhere near.
Anywhere near, you're right. This will be extremely disappointing for the party overall and for our movement. Yes, it will.
It's come as a shock to you, I think, hasn't it?
Yes. I thought it would be closer. I think most people thought the polls were narrowing. And we knew it would be tough because Brexit has dominated this election. But, yes, if it is anywhere near this, it is extremely disappointing. We have to be honest about that.
It's probably more than disappointing. I mean, we've had 9 years of a Conservative government, which many people think has been pretty lacklustre. It's a Conservative government that you have said is going to sell the NHS to Donald Trump. And yet, even in these circumstances, if this poll is anywhere near right, you've produced your worst result since 1935.
Yeah, if it is anywhere near right, that's right. That's exactly
Why?
right. Well, I think Brexit has dominated. It has dominated everything by the looks of it. We thought other issues could cut through and there'd be a wider debate. From this evidence, it clearly wasn't.
But the evidence that I got from a lot of your candidates wasn't just Brexit. No question Brexit was playing badly with a lot of your core vote. That could explain why you've likely, in this poll, lost so many seats. But it was also Jeremy Corbyn on the doorstep.
I think Jeremy Corbyn, there were issues raised because of the media campaign against him. Of course there were. But actually, as we went through the campaign and we got Jeremy Corbyn on broadcast media in the debates, actually, if you saw that actually his polling ratings began to rise quite well. So I don't think that was the big issue. The big issue was Brexit. And it sounds like people wanted a decision, and even those people who may well have supported Remain, some of them I think just got frustrated with it and thought, let's just get this out the way now. And I think that's what's hit us hard. And the party's position, obviously, well, you've analysed it yourself time and time again. We've had to straddle both those members of ours who overwhelmingly supported Remain, but we were representing, many of us, including me, Leave seats. So that was the dilemma we faced, understandably.
When you look at this exit poll, and as I say, if it's anywhere near right, if it's in that sort of area, is it not time for you and Jeremy Corbyn to stand down and make way for another generation?
Well, we'll see the results in the morning, and then decisions will be made, I'm sure, then. Let's see the results.
But if it is like this, it's over for you and Mr. Corbyn.
Well, we'll make the appropriate decisions.
I know, but you know, Mr. Kinnock, he went after 2 defeats, and every time he gained seats. You're now, if this poll is correct, losing seats. It must surely be game over for you and Mr. Corbyn.
Let's see the results themselves. As I say, the appropriate decisions will be made, and we'll always make the decisions in the best interest of our party.
But if you look at this possible result, down to 191 seats, going by history, you've lost the 2024 election as well. No parliament, no opposition ever gains that number of seats.
I would dispute that. I would dispute that, because what's clearly come through, I think, these results, is that this was the Brexit election. We were hoping a wider range of issues would cut through and have a debate. I don't think that's been the case, obviously.
But it wasn't just that. People were concerned that you and Mr. Corbyn had dragged the Labour Party too far left, that you were going to spray money around like confetti, most of it borrowed, that it would be a hard left government unlike any we had seen. That was also a factor in the election, a big factor.
You say that, I disagree. I actually think when you look at the individual policies that we put forward, if you look at the poll ratings of them, they were having overwhelming support. Our public ownership proposals, our proposals on WASPI, and the others had overwhelming support.
They haven't had overwhelming support if you've just lost 71 seats.
That's why I say I think this election was dominated by the Brexit issue.
So are you saying that despite this potential result, that the Labour Party should continue with your style of socialism, you and Mr. Corbyn's style of socialism, that this is not a refutation of you taking Labour to the left. It's not time to return Labour to the centre-left?
I believe we are on the centre-left. I think the centre is exactly where we are.
Well, the country
the
clearly
centre,
doesn't.
As I say, I think this was a Brexit election.
You cannot blame it all on Brexit. I mean, I know it may be convenient for you to do it.
No, there'll be other
factors. This is a judgment on you, on Jeremy Corbyn, on your brand of socialism.
I disagree. I actually think Brexit did dominate this election, and that's exactly what people have made their minds up. They wanted this, well, I hate to use the expression, I think they most probably did want to get it done, and that'll be it.
So you're saying then that if Brexit is done, the Labour Party should continue with Corbynism, but almost certainly without Jeremy Corbyn.
Let me be clear. I'm not sure Brexit will be done as a result of this. I think what will happen, and people who, I think, almost in despair wanted to get Brexit over and done with because they've had enough of what's been going on and the failure of successive Conservative Prime Ministers to negotiate a deal that is effectively protects our economy. However, let me just finish this point, Andrew, if I can. I think people on all sides were just frustrated, wanted Brexit out the way, and that's what's happened. But the disappointment that they'll find is Brexit isn't going to go away. What will happen is there'll be negotiations for a long period of time, both with our European partners and anybody else.
We're running out of time, but I just think a lot of people will find it not credible for you to blame it all on Brexit. Not this scale of a defeat. I could see if it was a smaller defeat or even a hung parliament. But, you know, we've covered the NHS and everything you've had to say about it, tax and spend, all these issues, not just Brexit. It's not credible to claim it's all down to Brexit.
Well, there's greatest respect, I think, on those other issues, ending austerity, making sure that the NHS was protected for the long-term future, on all of those issues. I think we did win the argument, but it's quite clear that people thought there were other priorities, and this Brexit frustration, I think, is broken through.
John McDonnell, thank you for being with us. Hugh.
Andrew, many thanks, and thanks to John as well for joining us so early in the night. And a quick word with Laura, just on that Brexit theme. Very interesting to hear Mr McDonnell there really underlining the fact that, in his view, this has all been about Brexit. Would that, in your view, explain the Labour performance?
Not a performance as bad as this, and it also doesn't explain it to Labour candidates who've been talking to us in the last few weeks and Labour voters who've been talking to in the last few weeks. It's not just been about Brexit. Candidates have said to us again and again and again, we have a problem with Brexit, but we also have a problem with the leadership, and they have a problem with what they have found on the doorstep is that people were reluctant, traditional Labour voters were reluctant to back Jeremy Corbyn. It's not just about Brexit. They have problems with anti-Semitism. There are problems with some of the issues in the manifesto. And if the result, we're still saying if, is anything like this, I don't think the Labour Party as a whole will buy the argument that it's just about the EU.
OK, Laura, we'll come back to that. Clearly, if this exit poll is anything like correct, it means that there will be Conservative gains in some rather unexpected areas. So what I'd like to do now is to cross the newsroom and go straight to our results centre, because that is where my colleague Reeta Chakrabarti is keeping an eye on the detail of some of these results. And Rita's going to tell us about some of the likely Conservative gains based on the exit poll. Reeta?
If this exit poll is correct, we are looking at the best result for the Conservatives since Margaret Thatcher in 1987. What I have on the screen here are likely Conservative gains based on that exit poll, and they include Workington, which came to be emblematic in this campaign of the Tories' strategy. The Tories were going for north of England, leave voting, traditionally Labour seats that came to be symbolised by Workington. Well, according to the exit poll, that has succeeded and they have gained Workington. Bishop Auckland too, a top Conservative target. And then a list of seats that make up part of the so-called Red Wall. That is a bank of seats stretching from the north, from the northern Welsh coast right across the north of England to the coast and down into the Midlands too. And they include seats like Dudley North, Halifax, Wakefield, Bolton North East and Don Valley. And according to the exit poll, they are all Conservative gains from the Labour Party. And one more on the screen here, Bridgend in South Wales, another top Tory target. It looks as if they've been successful there tonight too, if the exit poll is correct. I just want to show you a little bit of detail if we go into Dudley North. Now, just to explain, what you're seeing here is the result last time round in 2017, because we're still waiting for tonight's result. But we can show you what we think is going to happen, what we forecast is going to happen based on the exit poll, and that is, as I said, a Conservative gain from Labour. With this, the vote share, the Conservatives picking up 58% of the vote or thereabouts, and Labour on 37%. And this is really interesting. Again, based on the exit poll data, Conservatives up 12 points and Labour down 10. And one more thing I want to show you. We will expect a swing from Labour to the Conservatives of 11 points if that exit poll is correct. And the other seats that I showed you just a moment ago are all suggesting swings of 9 or 10% based on that exit poll.
Reeta, thank you very much. We'll be back with Reeta, of course, throughout the night to look at whether those expected gains are realised, and indeed to look at the state of individual results where we may see some really intriguing and dramatic patterns emerging. Talking about dramatic patterns, let's talk about what's happening on the financial markets and indeed what's happening to the pound sterling, given that we've now revealed the result of the exit poll. And Faisal Islam is with me, our economics editor, along with our Europe editor, Katya Adler. And Faisal, let's talk about, first of all, what the pound's doing.
Yeah, a bit tentative during the day as various rumours were coming out and people were looking at queues and things like that. But let's have a look at this chart showing what happened immediately when you announced that exit poll result. Up and away, sterling, up to just under 1.35. It was trading at under 1.32 bang on 10 o'clock. It was as low as 1.305. So up 5 cents on its low today, up 3 cents since the exit poll, a couple of percent, the same level against the dollar as it was about a year and a half ago. And what is that's reflecting is it's a strange old chart in terms of exactly what seemed to be kind of stable and good. A smaller majority may have left Boris Johnson at the behest of various factions within his party. That was the feeling. A clear majority gives him, if this is correct, we should say, gives the Prime Minister room for manoeuvre to get things through the Commons and stop some of the problems that we've seen in Parliament. OK, well, that's intriguing, isn't it? Because in the past, you and I have been discussing the volatility of not just the markets, but especially the pound sterling, around the uncertainty around Brexit and the fact that lots of people in the markets actually didn't like the concept in the first place. Are we now saying that the confidence that's been reflected in the level of the pound shows that they've basically accepted now that Brexit will happen and that the uncertainty around that for them has been dissipated or not? I think the difference is that the most disruptive form of no deal was taken off the table by the Prime Minister getting some sort of deal. So that is why the currency markets seem to be showing cheer to this result at the moment. We may see some more volatility as the results come through, but I think it's a reflection not just on the result, but on the room for manoeuvre it gives the Prime Minister. Which brings me to you, Katya, to talk about, the fact that the Brexit process now, according to Priti Patel, is full steam ahead. And she was very clear earlier, we're going to move very quickly, possibly a Queen's speech and withdrawal bill coming forward before Christmas, possibly. She certainly didn't deny that. So what will be the view now in Brussels and at the heart of the EU about what this result translates into in terms of the Brexit process?
Well, there's a really interesting atmosphere, Hugh, tonight, because actually you have all the leaders of the EU together because they're at an EU summit right now. And as the poll results came out, the leaders were supposed to be discussing Libya, but I've been told everybody was on their phone trying to have a look at what the results are. And why is that? It's because of what you talked about. It's about uncertainty. It's been damaging for this country. It's been damaging for the whole of the EU and has affected the economies, particularly of our closest trading partners in the European Union. So I got a text message almost straight away from a politician in a country traditionally pretty close to the UK saying this means saying bye-bye to our British friends. Other text messages saying we welcome the result. To point this out, this has nothing to do with politics. Everybody knows this is just an exit poll at the moment. It could change. But if this result is confirmed, this is what the EU wants to see. seats, not about Labour, it's not about Conservative, it's about having a clear path forward and ending the uncertainty, and a hope in EU circles, as Faisal was explaining about the markets as well, that if this is a big win for Boris Johnson, this could mean that he can ignore the more extreme Brexiters in his party and perhaps have a closer relationship with the EU after Brexit. So those are the initial thoughts tonight. But I have to disappoint you. Any thought that uncertainty might disappear if these poll results are confirmed, forget it. This is Brexit stage 1.
Yes.
If we leave the European Union in January, we go into Brexit stage 2, trade negotiations, and we'll be told the clock is ticking once again.
Clock is ticking once again, and they are still very sceptical, to put it politely, about the timetable that Boris Johnson has put on those future trade negotiations.
Absolutely. Boris Johnson says he is confident that he can get this deal done, actually in what will turn out to be less than 11 months, so by December 2020, because you would have to have the trade deal discussed, agreed and ratified here in the UK and by the EU. And if it's a more ambitious agreement, that means not just by the EU in Brussels, it means all the parliaments and some regional parliaments as well. The EU is very sceptical about that. But if Boris Johnson insists on getting some bare bones free trade agreement, the EU thinks that's to its advantage. They say, you want it done quickly, you have to do it on our terms.
A quick one, Laura.
The thing is, though, if he has a very solid majority, he could wear changing his mind and breaking the promise of getting it done in a year. So if the political map looks that safe for him, well, he'll have the freedom not to do whatever he wants, but much more freedom than we've seen for any Prime Minister for a long time.
Well, we've no sight of Mr Johnson yet. Of course, his count will be happening in Uxbridge. And the BBC's Andrew Marr is in Uxbridge, keeping an eye on things for us. And Andrew, this could be one very big night for Boris Johnson.
It certainly could. We've talked a lot about the Labour Party already tonight. Let's talk about the Tories, because if it's true, and it is only an exit poll, if it's true that the red wall has fallen, then that changes the nature of the Conservative Party in Parliament quite dramatically. Lots and lots and lots of new Tory MPs whose constituents depend on public services, like high public spending. That's going to change the nature of the Tories in Parliament. It's going to give Boris Johnson, of course, as Laura was saying, a lot more freedom of manoeuvre. If he wants to extend the transition period, he'll be able to do so. In all of those trade-offs, endless trade-offs next year about the exit deal, then he'll be able to give more than he was intending to. It probably means, frankly, a slightly softer Brexit than many of the hard Brexiteers hoped for. Nigel Farage is going to be feeling cross, the ERG are going to be feeling cross, but Boris Johnson is going to be freed so that he can show us what the real Boris Johnson politically is. That's really important.
Just on the bigger picture, Andrew, with the historic viewpoint, and given that you've been commentating on these things for so many years, this would involve the biggest Tory majority being achieved by Boris Johnson, dismissed as a joke by many of his colleagues until relatively recently, the biggest one since Margaret Thatcher in '87, and the worst Labour performance at least since '83, well, actually worse than '83, and going back to the days after the Second World War. So there are very big records being broken in that sense.
There absolutely are, Hugh. December 2019 is going to be remembered as a historic turning point in British politics. We are going to leave the EU on Boris Johnson's terms. We are going to see the Conservatives built in even more solidly as the governing party. Labour threw everything they could at this with a radical manifesto, and it's crashed, frankly. All the enthusiasm of younger voters, all the froth and bubble and excitement on social media has got them precisely nowhere. That's very important. One final thing we haven't talked about. Look at the SNP number. Again, it's just an exit poll. They're forecast to get 55 seats in Scotland, a near total there. That means that there is going to be a major confrontation over Scottish independence between the freshly invigorated Boris Johnson on the one hand and the freshly invigorated Nicola Sturgeon on the other. And you may recall, of course, that the former leader of the Conservatives in Scotland, Ruth Davidson, had promised that if the SNP get more than 50 seats in Scotland, she will swim naked in Loch Ness on Hogmanay. Something to look forward to, I'm sure.
Well, Andrew, indeed, and we'll talk to you a bit later on. Thanks very much, Andrew Marr there in Uxbridge. Well, then, we are still, of course, waiting for our first glimpse of Jeremy Corbyn, and his seat, of course, is in Islington in North London, and my colleague Nick Robinson is there. Nick, your thoughts on what's expected, and indeed your thoughts on the exit poll itself?
Well, no sign of Mr Corbyn, I should say, here in Islington. And in a sense, Hugh, it's quite revealing that his aides didn't want to tell us where he'd be watching this result. 2 years ago, I was outside his house here in Islington. Not a word from the Corbyn camp. And you can imagine why, because they are now having to think what they do. In other words, how quickly does Mr Corbyn quit? Because quit he will have to do now. Because what the exit poll tells us is that one battle has been won, the battle over Brexit. Boris Johnson will be able to take, whether you like or loathe the idea, Britain out of the EU. Another battle has been won, that is the battle over who controls British politics. He will do, and the Tories will. But there is a new battle beginning already. It's the battle over the future of the left, a battle over the future leadership of the Labour Party. And it began already on the programme, didn't it, with John McDonnell claiming really this was nothing to do with the sort of policies they had, perish the thought, or indeed the leadership of the Labour Party. It was because people were weary with Brexit. They simply, in that slogan, wanted to get it done. That is not what many people in the Labour Party tell me. They say day in, day out, Jeremy Corbyn was the problem. Yes, the Brexit confusion was a problem, but Mr Corbyn, what he stood for, what he believed in, what his track record and history were the problem. And that argument now about what led to this result, was it Brexit, was it Corbyn, was it policies on the left, that will rage, and it may even rage in this hall, because as well as Jeremy Corbyn, the other candidate in Islington is Emily Thornberry, the Shadow Foreign Secretary, of course, who will be one of the candidates to lead the Labour Party. And she may use her speech in a few hours' time to spell out just how bad she thinks this really is for our party.
Nick, that is fascinating. We'll be back there, of course, straight away. If there's any sign of Mr Corbyn, or indeed, as you say, of Emily Thornberry, we'll be there. Thanks very much to the BBC's Nick Robinson there in Islington. We're already getting some reaction on social media from Labour MPs or Labour candidates in this election. Jess Phillips in Birmingham. This is Jess Phillips saying, "There are very few words," she says, "for how heartbroken I am for the community I represent who have been through enough." So this is a sense for you of the deep regret and the sadness that is being felt by some Labour people. Let's have a look at this. Richard Bergen, who's the Shadow Justice Secretary. "Disappointing exit poll," he says. "Let's see if it is accurate. And if, as it seems, this was a Brexit election," that's the John McDonnell line earlier, "then the next one won't be, given Johnson's Thatcherite agenda." So he's looking ahead to the next election. "And Johnson must continue to be fought with radical alternatives, not triangulation that challenges the Tories head on." I suppose, Laura, we'd say that that's Richard Bergen saying that he thinks the Corbyn approach has been broadly right, that they've been put off track by Brexit. That's the theme that he's still addressing.
That's clearly the line for Corbyn loyalists. Yeah. We heard it straight from John McDonnell, his close ally for many decades. We've heard it from Richard Bergen, who's the Shadow Justice Secretary, is absolutely part of the Corbyn tribe. But for a lot of people in the Labour Party, we've already been touching on this, and it is early in the night. That is just not what we heard back from candidates who've been on the doorstep. And even tonight, I've got candidates who are messaging me saying the problems were much deeper than Brexit. Corbyn and Corbynism were much bigger and deeper problems on the doorstep. And there's a tweet from another Labour MP, Siobhan McDonough, who was somebody from the right of the Labour Party, but she's written on Twitter, "This is one man's fault, his campaign, his manifesto, his leadership." But just to turn to the Tories, though, because of course it's early, I've just had a message from a Conservative in Yorkshire, West Yorkshire, where of course the Tories were looking to try to scoop up a lot of those seats that had been Leave constituencies, but where people have voted Labour for time immemorial. And someone's telling me in Wakefield, Hemsworth, queues were out of the door, and they really feel in good position there to be taking those kinds of seats, which if we're getting to anything like these numbers for the Conservatives, they're going to have made really big inroads, grabbing Labour territory, using Brexit as part of the reason, but not the only part of the story.
Laura, we'll be back. I'm told that we might get a result from Blythe Valley in maybe 7 or 8 minutes' time, so we'll be there for that. So not long to wait for our first result, indeed. I'm giving a very warm welcome to our viewers around the world, because I know that many have joined on PBS in North America, and indeed we have viewers worldwide. So thank you very much for watching this BBC special on the general election here, the first December election in the UK since 1923, and the exit poll we have no results in yet. The exit poll suggesting that the Conservatives under Boris Johnson are on course to be in power with a majority, a very solid majority, maybe of 80 plus seats. This is the exit poll that we are projecting on Broadcasting House, and there are the figures for you. The projection at the moment of Boris Johnson on 368 and the Labour Party on a very low score, according to the poll, of 191. If we look to the right of Broadcasting House there, where you see the little dots of lights, that is our piazza. That is where Sophie Rayworth is surveying the landscape on a big map of the UK. So let's join Sophie now.
Yes, this is the UK, but not as you know. We have made every constituency exactly the same size. So one hexagon for one MP. This is laid out in the colours of the 2017 general election, but it gives you a really good idea of the balance of power. Take London, for example. On a normal electoral map, it looks really quite small, but with its 73 MPs, most of them Labour, it distorts our map completely. I'm walking around the edges of London here. This is Croydon South, almost in the English Channel. Now, the smallest constituency in the UK is this one. It is Jeremy Corbyn's Islington North. It's less than 3 square miles. Right up here in the northwest of Scotland is the UK's largest constituency. On a normal map, it looks huge, a big swathe of yellow. This is Ross Skye and Loch Arbour, but here Ian Blackford's seat, exactly the same size as everywhere else. Now, what our map does show you very clearly is the red wall. If I take you down to northeast Wales, for example, right here, this is the seat, this is Wrexham. Now, Wrexham has been Labour since 1935. It is a marginal seat, and they voted to leave the EU. Will it turn blue for the first time tonight? I'll walk you along the red wall. This is through northwest England, 75 seats here, almost all of them Labour. Into Yorkshire, this is Wakefield, another Labour marginal in Labour hands since 1932. Again, they voted to leave the EU, as did Great Grimsby. That's been Labour since 1945. How much will this wall crumble tonight? Well, over here is Ben Page from Ipsos Mori, who carried out this exit poll. Your initial reaction, are you surprised?
I'm surprised at the scale of the majority, but the exit poll is designed to do precisely this, measure the seat share, not the vote share. Most of the polls that we've had in the campaign have been about the percentage share of the vote, but our system delivers surprises like this when we come to the seat share. So it's very unlikely that the exit poll is wrong enough to mean that the Conservatives have not got a large majority.
So looking at this red wall, do you expect it really to crumble this evening?
Well, if the poll is correct, and I have no reason to believe it isn't, we will see dozens of Labour seats going to the Conservatives. And, you know, you may even see places like Bolsover. It's got about a 5,000 majority. But the scale of this victory looks as though even seats like that, Ashfield, obviously Workington, switching to the Conservatives.
And quickly come down here, because another area we'll be keeping a close eye on, Wales, a Labour stronghold until now, and the Midlands as well.
Absolutely, and in Wales the Conservatives look on the basis of this poll to be making gains, and in the Midlands. I mean, this is a recasting in some ways of British politics around the Brexit vote.
Okay.
And that's what this election has been about.
Ben, we're going to be talking to you a lot throughout the evening. Thank you for now. We've also got a lot of voters who've joined us this evening for their responses. One Labour, one Conservative. You voted Labour. Surprised?
Not really. No, I was disappointed, but not surprised.
And obviously this is an exit poll, but based on that, it would be a Conservative win. Were you expecting that?
I was expecting it. I'm overwhelmingly happy. It means, as a British Jew, my community is no longer on the front line. We can get Brexit done, and we can put forward good, strong Conservative policies.
Well, I tell you what we have to get done now, because this map is laid out, as I said, in the 2017 colours. So we have to now pull it all up, and as the results come in, we're going to start relaying it.
Good luck, Sophie. We'll be back with you later. At least it stopped raining, which is something, because it's been very wet all day. But they've got the map into good shape, so well done to them. We'll be back with Sophie in a short while, and thanks to Ben Page as well. Blythe Valley, how are they doing with the count? Naga, what are they doing there?
The ballot boxes for the Kuenssberg
Hey, Hugh. So what's the time? 22:43. The record was 44 minutes set in Sunderland in 2015. I'm in the counting hall here. One of the bits of jeopardy about whether this count would have made it, would have been able to break the record, was the high turnout, which you've been talking about. We've had some records broken already. 28 boxes came in 14 minutes. So that was a record in itself. We've seen all the people here counting furiously. 22:44 is the time now, so it hasn't broken the record, but it is going to be very, very close. And Blythe Valley, with the help of Bill Crawford, who masterminded first results in Newcastle and Sunderland previously, he has been poached here to get the system going, and he was the one who was trying to target that record. So they still may be first. It is 22:44, so the record isn't broken, unless we're just told in the next 2 minutes or something. The trick here was using new software. They used a computer program which was designed to keep a running tally. So as soon as the last vote went in, that's when the result would be declared. It's not happened yet, but they're working hard to make sure that they're at least the first tonight in 2019.
Naga, call us straight away when it happens. Thank you very much, Naga Manchetti there in Blythe Valley. And by the way, one place that won't be declaring early is St Ives, which is an interesting Conservative Lib Dem battle in the southwest, because there are very high winds on the Isle of Scilly, meaning that the votes from Briar and Sampson are delayed getting in, and that involves the Royal Air Force, the good old Royal Air Force, giving help there to the counting people in St Ives. So that will not be up for some time, I think it's fair to say. One of the things, of course, we need to look at now, given the kind of dramatic pattern suggested in the exit poll, is we're going to look at that Labour share of the vote in some of the areas where they've traditionally been very strong. So Reeta is standing by to tell us a little more about the early declarations we're looking at and what might happen there to the Labour vote. Reeta?
Here are a list of 4 traditionally early declarers, all in the northeast of England. Houghton and Sunderland South was the first last time round. Let's see if Blythe Valley pips them to the post this time round. Now, according to the exit poll, these are all Labour holds. These are traditionally safe Labour seats, and we're not expecting them to change hands. But the devil is always in the detail. And let's look at some of the way in which we think the vote will be changing tonight. Now, what you see here is the result last time round. We don't, of course, yet have the result tonight. This is what we're expecting, a likely Labour hold with a vote share of around 42%. But let me show you what we think has happened in terms of a change in the share of the vote. And look at Labour's vote there, plummeting by 17 points, and with the Conservatives and the Brexit Party picking up a fair number of those votes. And I'll just show you that in terms of swing. That is a swing from Labour to Conservative of 11%. Now, that's really interesting because this is in a very strongly Leave voting seat. Houghton voted 62% to Leave in 2016. Now, hold that in your heads. Let's go back to the list of early declarers. Newcastle Central is a different seat, a different sort of seat. It voted Remain in 2016. This was the result last time round, and we are forecasting that this is a likely Labour hold this evening, with Labour still getting half of the vote. But look at its share of the vote, down by 15%. Again, the Conservatives and the Brexit Party picking up where Labour have lost. And take a look at the swing, 11% from Labour to Conservative. So we will be looking at the actual result to see if the exit poll matches the actual result. But what's so interesting is that in a Remain seat and in a Leave seat, according to the exit poll, we are seeing this sort of swing from Labour to Conservative, which will call into real question, won't it, Jeremy Corbyn's very carefully calibrated position of neutrality on Brexit.
Reeta, many thanks. Back with Reeta in a short while. We are hoping for a declaration within minutes, actually, so we're keeping a sharp eye on the northeast of England, especially on Blythe Valley and, of course, Sunderland and Newcastle as well. While you're watching us, you can get more detail on the exit poll, by the way, on your mobile devices, because BBC News has a seat-by-seat forecast. All you do is select a constituency to see what the data suggests using the website or indeed the BBC News app. There is a huge amount of data on there, And it's a very useful thing for you to be able to do. It's just to put in your seat or any seat you're interested in, and you'll see what the exit poll data is. So have a look at that if you get a chance, because it's a treasure trove of information. With me is Amol Rajan, our media editor, because Amol, as we've discussed several times during the campaign, lots of the campaigning has been online. Lots of the dispute and the debate, and actually lots of the unpleasantness, if I may put it like that, has been online. And that's, of course, spilling over into the reactions tonight. We're also looking for reactions, of course, in tomorrow's press, and you know all about the press in your previous role. So just tell us a little bit about what we can expect.
Well, there is, Hugh, there is an absolute war going on online, as you can imagine, some of it highly unpleasant. A lot of that online conversation, which I'll be bringing you over the course of the night, is really, as Nick Robinson was pointing out, about the battle for the future of Labour if there is this heavy defeat. But for the first media hit of the night, let's look at the more traditional media, the front pages, because these nights pose a huge challenge for newspaper front pages, especially if there's a hung parliament, as there was in 2010 and 2017. And you usually find that front pages get ever more firm and decisive over various editions through the course of the night. No such problem tonight. Let's look at the Daily Mail's front page. Tonight is a huge blessing for the editor of the Daily Mail, because he can make a big call early on, and they're very, very positive. The Mail has supported Boris pretty strongly throughout the campaign. They're going with Rejoice. Boris set for thumping win. Less happiness on the Labour supporting Daily Mirror. Let's have a look at that in a moment. Nightmare before Christmas. Again, it's a clear call putting Boris on the front page. And we've also got front pages from The Guardian, which is slightly softer, but a straight story saying exit poll predicts a huge majority for Johnson. And let's finally just look at the Metro, and I'll bring some others later. Massive Boris win, says poll. So this is an unconventional night in terms of newspaper front pages, going by the last few elections. Yeah. I remember having to massively hedge those first editions. These first editions are calling it because they think the exit poll is pretty decisive.
Yes, because even within any margin of error, it is still suggesting a hefty majority for Boris Johnson.
Put it this way, if that exit poll is badly wrong, those newspaper front pages will be collector's items.
Yeah. Amol, thanks very much. We'll talk to you a little later on as well about what's going on social media. Christine Jardine is joining us now, and in Edinburgh. Christine, thanks very much for joining us. Tell us what's going on there.
Not at all. The count's going on at the moment, and we are waiting to see the actual results from the first seats in Scotland. Everybody's looking closely at the exit poll to see if we can read a bit more into it, see if, the thing is that they have been in the past quite good at predicting the general national picture, but not the local ones. They can't read marginal seats, things like that. So we're just looking a bit more closely into it to see what we can actually see.
Because it's important to underline, Christine, isn't it, that in Scotland, where there are so many marginal seats, as you said, there are certain circumstances in which the exit poll actually may not reflect what's going on in Scotland, which is currently suggesting not a great night for the Lib Dems and a very strong night for the SNP. What is your personal experience there of campaigning, and what were you expecting going into this count this evening?
Well, the poll doesn't reflect what we've been seeing on the ground in Scotland. And you have to remember, it's only 2 or 3 months since we had a by-election in Shetland. But the SNP threw everything at it. They spent more on that by-election than they did on the entire Remain campaign. The First Minister was up there 2, possibly 3 times, and yet they didn't win. The Liberal Democrats held that seat. It was a Holyrood, Scottish Parliament by-election. So tonight's result feels a bit, tonight's prediction seems a bit of a surprise, because the coverage in Scotland in terms of the exit poll is maybe not as wide as it is in the rest of England, so the rest of the UK. So we're really just kind of waiting to see, because it's not a reflection of not just ourselves, but what the other parties are saying they've been seeing on the ground. And there are a lot of marginal seats. So we have to factor that in, that the marginal seats, they probably won't all go the same way. So it's possible to say really at this point.
Christine, thanks very much. When we get results, maybe we'll talk to you again later on. Thanks very much indeed. Christine Jardine there for us, for the Lib Dems, giving us some of the sense of the campaign as far as they're concerned in Scotland. What about the sense of the campaign for the Brexit Party? Nigel Farage is with Andrew.
Thanks, Hugh. Just before I get to that, I've just seen a leaked copy of Labour's briefing to the Shadow Cabinet on how to handle this, and it says to blame the defeat overwhelmingly on one issue, Brexit. Yeah. And that, of course, is what we heard from John MacDonald earlier in the programme. Nigel Farage, the leader of the Brexit Party, another general election, another failure to win a single seat.
Yeah, but we've used our influence, and that's the important thing. I mean, look, you know, we're a new party, we've got no councillors, we've got no base.
You're a finished party. You're over as a party.
Well, I tell you what, if we get Brexit, given that it was in the weeds back in February of this year, and we set this thing up, we put it back on track, if we get there, we've done a good job. I was determined in this election we would use our influence to stop a second referendum, and that overwhelmingly was behind the decision to stand down in 317 seats. And Jo Swinson herself has said that effectively that poll axed her campaign. And then taking the fight to Labour was important, because what you're going to see tonight are dozens of seats that the Conservatives are either going to win or come very close, where they wouldn't have got close to it if we weren't there taking thousands of votes. Now, if you ask me, would I like to have won a few seats? Yes, of course.
No, I worked that out.
Of course, but it's very difficult.
The position you find yourself now is that it's full steam ahead to a Brexit deal that you don't want.
Yes, but I would prefer that to a second referendum and all the agony.
But you've also said it's not really Brexit. You told me in the leader's interview that when it comes before the European Parliament, you would vote against it.
If the current treaty on the table with the political declaration passes unamended, I can't bring myself to support it. Look, I've spent my political career trying to get Brexit, all right? We're going to get Brexit. Are we going to get the right one? Maybe not.
So it's a deal that you don't support. You haven't got a single seat, and your party has no purpose now.
But I killed the Liberal Democrats, and I've hurt the Labour Party.
But that wasn't your purpose.
My purpose, was to try to get the right kind of Brexit. If we get half a loaf out of it, well, that's what we've achieved.
Is it time for you now to step down from politics?
Let's see where we are in 6 months. If we're back in crisis in 6 months, I'll have to put my hat back in the ring, won't I? I did it this year, I think fairly effectively. Let's see.
It's a bit like Groundhog Day for you then.
Do you know, I'm much happier seeing the exit poll where it is than seeing a hung parliament.
There must be a certain sadness, though, in you. Many people have credited you with Brexit. They say if it hadn't been for you, Mr Cameron would never have put that referendum promise in the 2015 manifesto. And here we have an election result which would seem to make sure that Brexit, in some shape, is going to happen. And on this night, you're written out of the script.
Well, you can do what you like. I can tell you that if we'd stood in every seat in the country, it would have been a hung parliament. That would have been a disaster.
We'll never know that, of course.
Well, I think the Liberal Democrats would have won an awful lot of seats. And as I say, when you see the scores on the doors coming in the Midlands and the North, you will see lots of seats the Conservatives are going to win because we've taken a Labour vote that would never vote Conservative.
But there is no future for the Brexit Party now, given this result, is there? All the initiatives.
No, it'll become the Reform Party. It'll campaign for reform. One of the reforms, of course, being not having a first-past-the-post system and giving people real choice.
With a Tory majority of 89, if the exit poll is right, good luck with reforming the electoral system.
I know, it's going to be very difficult.
Foreseeable future. And will you even be a part of this? I mean, I understand you're off to America now to be Donald Trump's warm-up man.
Don't believe everything you read in the newspapers.
But I was told by one of your senior aides in the Brexit Party.
They're often wrong too.
But they're very close to you.
I've got no plans to leave the country.
You're not going to be whipping up the audience as Mr Trump comes on the stage?
If I'm asked to help, I may.
Oh, so you are, in other words.
If I'm asked to help, I may.
I would suggest that what follows from that is that as you travel around America as Mr Trump's warm-up man, this so-called Reform Party ain't going to happen.
Oh, if I spend a couple of weeks there, there's always time for the Reform Party.
The election's 10 months long in
I'm
America.
a campaigner for reform, OK? I wanted Brexit to happen. The only reason we're going to get any form of Brexit is because we had a referendum. Left to Westminster, none of this would ever
I understand that. But the way you positioned yourself in the end throughout this campaign is instead of being a victory night for you, you're a footnote.
Well, I tell you what, I think we've used our influence hugely. Now, do I want to see some Brexit Party MPs to really hold the Prime Minister to account? If that doesn't happen, I'm relying on the ERG. Am I comfortable and confident with the decisions that I made and the effect on this election? Yes, I am.
How did you vote today?
I couldn't bring myself to vote Conservative, so I spoiled a paper.
You spoiled your ballot.
But hey, what does it matter? You know, look at tonight, dramatic election result, 2/3 of seats never ever change in this country. So how I voted, as with millions of others, under this system is pretty irrelevant.
Have you written your Donald Trump stump speech?
Not yet.
OK, we shall wait with bated breath to see it.
Thank you.
Nigel Farage, thank you. Hugh, back to you.
Andrew, thanks very much. Thanks to Nigel as well for coming in, and plenty for us to think about there. Let's have a look at what's going on in Blythe Valley, the seat in the northeast of England where we were expecting a result, well, we thought maybe 10 minutes ago, because they were really promising a very quick result for us there. But Naga was telling us that they'd had one or two little wrinkles in the process. But there we can see that they seem to be lining up the candidates. Blythe Valley, by the way, and that's Blythe Valley, isn't it? Yes, it is. And we'll be looking at that because that's where we've had Labour in power in Blythe Valley, if you like, in terms of the parliamentary constituency since 1950. Exactly the kind of seat, Laura, which would be an astonishing turnaround if it went from Labour to Conservative.
It would be an astonishing turnaround by any historical comparison, but it does seem like it's likely to be the kind of turnaround that we're going to see tonight. Labour sources have been saying to me in the last few minutes they expect to either lose or come very, very close to losing that seat there in Blythe Valley, but also right around the southeast, Bishop Auckland, Sedgefield. Tony Blair's seat, of course, is very much in danger. So this will be a very, very early real taste of the kinds of moves that we might see. But you know, if the exit polls numbers are to be as dramatic and as favourable for the Conservatives as they suggest, they have to be taking seats like this, which, you know, a couple of years ago, if you'd said that Boris Johnson, that kind of Conservative, could win seats in former mining communities in Northumberland, you'd have been told that you had to have your head read.
Yeah, well, that could be in prospect, and there we see they're just looking at the figures there. And while they're doing that in Blythe Valley, let me go straight to Glasgow and bring in Hamza Yousaf from the Scottish National Party. Hamza, thanks very much for waiting patiently to talk to us. We've seen on the exit poll at least the suggestion that you're going to make significant gains this evening. Is that your understanding?
Well, first and foremost, the most obvious caveat, this is an exit poll, not a result. It points to a good night for the SNP, but what's difficult to predict in Scotland, Hugh, is that we have so many marginals right up and down the country. Some seats won by literally 2 votes, other seats by tens of votes, some by 100 or a couple of hundred. So we have a lot of local factors at play. I think we're just telling everybody to keep it calm. Let's see the results as they come in. But what it clearly points to is a very good night for the SNP in Scotland, and frankly, very disheartening result of the Conservative majority right across the UK, which points to a Labour Party not cutting through and being clear in their message in England.
I'm just emphasising to viewers, Hamza, just a short while ago, that because lots of the Scottish seats in this election are marginal, it's important to maybe put a few more health warnings around the exit poll. Can I ask you, from your own understanding, and talking to your own colleagues across Scotland, were you expecting to make up to 20 gains, or do you think that is possibly ambitious?
I would put that in the category that, you know, I think that perhaps is ambitious. I would say that we've had a good night from the colleagues that I've been talking to. I've been largely focused on the West Coast and in Glasgow, but I've been talking to colleagues across the country. Certainly it looks like our vote has turned out in good numbers. Whatever the exit poll is suggesting, what I can say with confidence is that I'm pretty sure the SNP is going to win the election here in Scotland. And of course, we could not have been clearer on the messages that we were promoting and standing on in this election, namely to, of course, stop Brexit, lock Boris Johnson out of number 10, and for Scotland to have its own say over its own future at a time of her choosing.
Well, here's the blunt question for you, because, of course, as you say, lots of your campaign has been about getting a strong SNP voice at Westminster. And even if you do end up with 55 MPs, which would be an amazingly strong result in Scotland, you'll be up against a Conservative government with a very solid majority. So the suggestion might be that even with those numbers, you're pretty powerless.
Well, look, we have said, and the First Minister has emphasised, it's not for any Westminster government, Boris Johnson or anybody else, to dictate when Scotland has a referendum. That is for the Scottish people and, of course, the Scottish Parliament. And the Scottish Parliament has voted to have that referendum. So it would be not for Boris Johnson or for any Democrat at all to deny Scotland the voice, particularly if the SNP win the election, as I think we absolutely will in Scotland, which only reinforces the mandate we already had.
So it's open to you. Are you saying to viewers tonight that it's open to you to hold a referendum regardless of the approval or not of the British government at Westminster?
Well, look, in 2014, we had the gold standard of an independence referendum. That involved two governments that had diametrically opposing views coming together, having an agreement that secured a legal referendum that was fought, I would say, in very good spirits without a drop of blood being spilt, which I'm really proud of. That should be the gold standard that we aim for the referendum in 2020. And the SNP and Scotland absolutely have that mandate if we win this Westminster election. In fact, we had that mandate already. This simply strengthens that mandate.
Hamza Yousaf, good of you to join us, and thanks very much. We'll see how the exit poll pans out and how the results come in themselves. Thanks very much again for joining us there. And we'll be keeping a very close eye, of course, on what's going on. We were talking about Labour's red wall, so to speak. This is the kind of network of traditional Labour seats which, as Laura was saying just now, but on basis of the exit poll, are looking very vulnerable. Places that you would never imagine a Conservative taking these seats. And they include places like Wakefield, and they include places like Halifax. If we go to Wakefield, Sean Leigh is there, my colleague. Sean, what's the picture there? What do you think of what's the lie of the land there as you see it now?
Well, at the very least, Hugh, if the bricks aren't going to be smashed in this part of the Labour wall tonight, which stretches from constituencies like Colne Valley to the west of me, through Wakefield, where I'm standing now, out to Hemsworth and to Pontefract, beyond to the east, at the very least, there's an awful lot of repointing is going to have to be done by whoever succeeds Jeremy Corbyn as Labour leader. What makes this seat particularly interesting, Wakefield, is that Labour held on in 2017 with a much reduced majority compared to the majorities it used to rack up in the Brown-Blair days. Nonetheless, 2,000 votes. But there is what you might call a double Islington effect. On the one hand, has Jeremy Corbyn been a damaging factor, his leadership and his approach to Labour support here? And what about Mary Creagh? She's the local Labour MP. She used to be leader of Jeremy Corbyn's council. Now, I don't think they hold it against her that she's from London. She's from down south. But she is a Remainer, and an unashamed Remainer, in a constituency that voted more than 60% to leave. Now, I think she would have hoped that a bit of kind of stubbornness wouldn't have gone amiss in a place like constituency. They respect her for her view and would support her despite opposing staying in the European Union. The question is, how well have the Brexit Party done tonight? There wasn't a UKIP candidate here 2 years ago, so we haven't got a comparison. The candidate here tells me that he's had a good night, that there's been a strong turnout, well, we knew that from the other parties, but that he thinks and hopes that he's taken more votes off Labour than off the Tories. It's just possible he hasn't, and that could allow Mary Creagh to sneak back in. But I think she will be the most nervous of the three Labour candidates here tonight. I'm told by another candidate in another constituency, Hemsworth, that's been Labour since 1910, that probably Labour have held that tonight, but they've held it despite a very strong performance by the Conservatives. John Trickett, Jeremy Corbyn's shallow cabinet colleague, can expect to get back to Westminster, but with a much reduced majority. All eyes, though, will be on Wakefield. We hope it will be the first declaration of the three here tonight. They're counting hard already behind me, and then we'll know whether that Brexit effect has really been writ large, because if it has, then I'm afraid Mary Creagh will be toast.
Sean, interesting. We'll be back there later. We'll see what happens. Let's have a look at Blythe Valley, which is going on as we speak. Lots of chatting going on in Blythe Valley, and I'm told that one of the issues there is that the result is close. This is a result, therefore, where the Conservatives are hoping to take Blythe Valley, which has been in Labour hands since 1950. But apparently the result there is very close, and that explains the delay in the declaration, which we were expecting possibly 15-20 minutes ago. So we're keeping a sharp eye on Blythe Valley. Talking about the Labour Red Wall, which Sean was telling us about there in Wakefield, let's go over to Halifax and join Coletta Smith, our correspondent there. What are you gathering there, Coletta, from the party workers, and what are Labour telling you?
Well, there's two different votes happening here, two different counts from two different constituencies. There's the rural Calder Valley constituency. That was the one we thought we would be watching tonight. It's currently Conservative, only 600 votes in it in the last election, and it was really heavily targeted by Labour. But that exit poll today suddenly means the attention swings to the other side of the room, where they're counting the Halifax town vote. Now, with that particular constituency, it's Labour held at the moment, has been since 1987. And in the last election, there was a 5,000 majority for Holly Lynch, the current sitting MP. But the exit poll tonight suggests that that seat is going to swing to the Conservatives, that Labour won't hold on to that seat. So certainly a big shock for everybody in this area, but perhaps not when you look at the Brexit vote, because this whole area is 55% voting to leave the EU, voting for Brexit. So it does seem to be that that's weighed very, very heavily in this election and has really impacted, as you say, a big Labour stronghold, Hugh, for many decades, and one that's potentially about to change tonight. This is a slow vote. The young people walking in with the ballot boxes here are wandering in West Yorkshire rather than running in as they are in the North East. So we're going to be here for some time. But certainly Holly Lynch this evening will be sitting uncomfortably waiting and watching with the results, whereas Craig Whittaker, who is the Conservative MP for Calder Valley, who could have been in a vulnerable position, will perhaps be breathing a sigh of relief looking at tonight's exit poll.
Coletta, thanks very much. And that's the latest there in Halifax, so we'll see what's borne out. Some reactions also coming in from other Labour figures, including Caroline Flint, the outgoing MP for Don Valley, who's standing again. We're going to hear the Corbynistas, says Caroline Flint, blame it on Brexit, and the Labour Uber Remainers blaming Corbyn. Both are to blame, she says, for what looks like a terrible night for Labour. Both have taken for granted Labour's heartlands. Sorry we couldn't offer you a Labour Party you could trust. That is a very damning tweet there from Caroline Flint. And just other reaction as well from a former Conservative MP, this time Anna Soubry, standing as an independent in Broxtowe. Just to remind everyone, this election was called by the Labour Party and the Lib Dems, fuelled by tribalism and Kool-Aid, she says, when a People's Vote UK was within our grasp. So another tweet that is full of regret there from Anna Soubry. I understand that in Blythe Valley, where we've been waiting patiently for a result, they may be in the business of looking at a recount. I can't confirm that, but they may be looking at a recount in Blythe Valley. It is that close. Naga, can you tell us more about that?
I can hear you. I've lost clean feed. Yes, you know, I started this coverage about just over an hour ago saying who doesn't like excitement when it comes to a general election, and we are here at Blythe Valley because this was expected to bring the count in, the first to declare, around 44 minutes. That was the target. You'll remember that was set in Sunderland in 2015. Now, the seat here was considered a safe Labour seat. There has been a delay. What's the time now? 11 minutes past 11, so a good 25 minutes after we were expecting to declare or have a declaration. The reason being is the vote is very, very close, and we're not quite sure yet. We are being told there may be a recount happening. That hasn't been confirmed at all. To give you a little bit of background, the initial thought as to why this count was being delayed was because there was a very low number of postal votes. There was a high number of people turning up at the polling stations, and Bill Crawford, the man in charge of this, that masterminded the victories or the first declarations at Newcastle and Sunderland in previous years, he has said to me he couldn't fit any more counters into this counting hall. It is rammed packed. They allowed for these extra votes coming through the polling stations, so that delayed it. We were expecting to know in just the few more minutes. Extra bodies have been put in this hall, but the surprise now, the story is changing, is that this so-called safe Labour seat may not be. We haven't got the result yet. We are waiting to see if a recount will happen, but we do know that it's very close.
Naga, thanks very much once again for the update. Naga Manchetti there in Blythe Valley. Andrew, over to you once again. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Hugh. I've got Mark Francois here defending Riley and Wickford, a Tory majority of 23,500, so I don't think your seat's in much doubt. So let's look at the wider picture. If there's a recount in a place like Blythe, it will take almost a 10% swing for the Tories to pick it up. You're picking up a lot of blue-collar votes in this election. You better not let them down.
Well, we have no intention of letting them down.
Really?
No, we don't.
We said we would get Brexit done. We've now got a majority to do that, Andrew. We can get that bill through. Because it's such a decisive result and the Salisbury Convention, the Lords won't oppose it, we're leaving the European Union on the 31st of January. That is absolutely crystal clear as a result of this general election outcome.
But these are people often on low wages, insecure jobs, often dependent on welfare, life pretty grim in some circumstances, certainly not great. Is the Tory party really going to do anything for their standard of living, for their well-being? Because they're voting for you tonight.
Yes, and you will see that roll out. There'll be a Queen's speech before long, which I believe, and then you'll have a budget, which I haven't got all the details, but I understand.
You got any of the details?
Well, I'm not the Chancellor of the Exchequer.
I know that. Well, not yet, anyway.
I'm confident, well, that's very kind of you, we'll be addressing some of those issues in the budget.
But you get my point, that what we seem to be seeing tonight in Blyth and from the exit poll is that families, people who have been lifelong Labour voters in Labour areas are now voting for your party. And I'm just wondering, does your party really have the policies to make the lives of these blue-collar voters better?
Yes, we do.
Because it wasn't in your manifesto.
Andrew, they put their trust in the Prime Minister and in us. And of course, well, hang on, we must be worthy of that trust.
That's my point.
Yeah, well, exactly. So look at what has happened tonight. There's talk of the Red Wall. In 1989, Russia's Berlin Wall came down. In 2019, Labour's Red Wall came down.
But Labour's Red Wall is analogous to the Berlin Wall of a totalitarian state?
Well, that was a very left-wing state.
Is this result making you, I mean, are you slightly gone...
No, not at all. The Labour Party presented...
Hallucinating?
No, in this election, the Labour Party presented a Marxist option and the British people have resoundingly defeated it.
I guess what I'm trying to say to you is that these are people who have not voted Conservative before, perhaps for generations. They don't need to vote Conservative again. And it's not clear from your manifesto or even the demeanour of your leader or whatever that he really knows how to make these people's lives better.
Well, look, the psephologists will do lots of surveys afterwards about why people voted the way they did. I think there were two overriding reasons. One was to get Brexit done.
And we accept that.
But good. And the second one was that Jeremy Corbyn was toxic. I mean, I canvassed in Thurrock because, and hang on, our war roll in Rayleigh as we go and support Thurrock. I canvassed in a very working-class ward in Thurrock 5 weeks ago in the rain and the wet, and in 2 hours I didn't find one single Labour voter.
OK. You're a staunch Brexiteer, one of, I think, call them the Spartans. But Mr Johnson, according to this exit poll, will have a majority of 89. He doesn't have to listen to you, people like you anymore.
Well, we've got what we want. We're leaving the European Union.
Yeah, but you still don't know in which way we will leave, in the sense that technically we leave probably at the end of January now. That's almost certain. Do you agree?
Absolutely.
But then we go into negotiations of our future relationship. And there's going to be a lot of trade-offs there. You want to keep friction-free trade, you'll have to give some continued alignment with Brussels. That's not what you want to do. But Mr Johnson can do that now. He doesn't need your support.
No. Remember, the political... Andrew, you have a reputation for reading all documents faithfully, so you will know that the political declaration, which is where the tram lines that will govern this future negotiation, of part of Boris's deal, were changed. So the desired end state is a comprehensive free trade agreement between ourselves and the EU. That's something Eurosceptics have wanted for donkey's years.
But my point is that the issue that's unresolved is that the more comprehensive that deal, the more Brussels demand that we stay in broad alignment with EU rules and regulations.
Well, they can demand what they want. The British people have emphatically rejected that tonight in a gigantic vote. We've had a people's vote. It's called a general election. They voted to leave,
The British people have said nothing tonight about the shape of the future partnership. And this is something that will continue to cause friction.
Andrew,
do you accept it's still possible, by this time next year, we could leave on no deal?
I believe, on the basis... Go back a stage. Everyone said the EU would never reopen the withdrawal agreement, and everyone and his wife said Boris, hang on, would never be able to get a deal. They did, and he did it in 3 months. So on that basis, I have complete faith in him to get a deal within a year. You know, and the Federalists...
But if he doesn't, can we still face the prospect of leaving on no deal?
I believe we're going to leave with a comprehensive free trade agreement, because that's what the political declaration says. You know, and the People's Front of Judea within the European Commission may think differently, but they're not going to win.
I know we have to let you get away to your count. Mark Francois, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hugh?
Andrew, thanks very much, and thanks to Mark as well. Blythe Valley, what are they doing? Is there a recount or not? Let's have a look. Well, they're all bunched up there, and, well, as you can see, they're queuing up, waiting for some activity. It could be that we're within a few minutes of our first result of the night. This is in Northumberland. This is a Labour seat since 1950. Ronnie Campbell, a former miner, standing down, and Susan Dungworth is a local councillor standing for Labour. Ian Levy is an NHS worker who contested this seat 2 years ago and lost to Ronnie Campbell, but he's standing tonight for the Conservatives, and it is neck and neck, we are told, between the Conservatives and Labour in Blythe Valley, which is a sentence I never thought I would utter on an election night programme, Laura, to be honest, but this is the kind of measure of the night that we're looking at.
Absolutely right. If these kinds of seats do go from red to blue, it is something that would have just been impossible to contemplate a short while ago. And you have to wonder also, what is the difference here that the Tories have been able to do this in 2019 in a way that they weren't able to do this in 2017? Because there have been a lot of similarities about the campaign. It will be, ease off the tightness of public spending a little bit and then leave the European Union, give the government a majority to take us out of the European Union, to take us out of the European Union after the referendum. And, you know, in the same way, Theresa May tried this strategy. The campaign was disastrous. She got into all sorts of other policy areas that went so wrong. But I think...
Let's have a look. I think we may be in a position to get a declaration.
We have had a provisional result for the Blythe Valley constituency, but we've had a request to do a bundle recount. So we will now be carrying that out in the hall here this evening. We will do it as quickly as we can, and thank you very much indeed.
So it's not a full recount, vote by vote. It's important to say that, so it's not going to take ages. It's a bundle recount, as the returning officer said. And I have two guests with me who know all about counts. The former Labour MP, Kate Hoey, and the former Conservative MP and Cabinet Minister, Justine Greening. Thank you both for joining us. So we're waiting for Blythe Valley to come in. And I suppose as a former Labour MP, Kate, I'll start with you and say, for Labour to be in a position where it's considering even a Conservative win in Blythe Valley, what does that tell us?
Well, it tells us what I'm afraid some of us have been saying for some time, that Labour has lost touch with its working class, decent supporters in areas of the country who voted by a huge majority to leave. And I think the difference between 2017 and now, as just been mentioned, is actually because then both parties were committed to leaving and honouring the referendum. That changed with Labour, and once that changed, there's all the other issues too, which I'm sure we'll discuss over the evening in terms of Jeremy Corbyn's position, but Brexit has really changed things up there, and the Brexit Party has taken votes from Labour too. So, you know, it's a very, very damaging night for Labour. A huge, if I have to keep saying if, because until I actually see some of these results, it's very difficult to really, really believe them. Although I do feel that what is happening in our Labour heartlands is going to change and have to have that huge debate within the Labour Party. Otherwise, we're finished.
Let's talk about the Conservatives, Justine, because you said memorably a few weeks ago that your fears that the Conservative Party was becoming the Brexit Party, and that's clearly something you didn't like. What are your thoughts, therefore, on the fact that Boris Johnson is looking at a majority of possibly 80 seats, which is, you know, almost in the realms of Margaret Thatcher back in the 80s, at least in the late 80s. Are you prepared to say that your reading of it was wrong?
I think at the end of the day, my view is always that we needed to break the deadlock. I was probably one of the first MPs in Parliament who said it would take a public vote to do that. We've now had that public vote. I think the deadlock on Brexit is finally broken. But the reality is this election was very much about domestic issues. And I think that's why the Conservatives have done so well, because Boris Johnson very much talked about the kind of Conservative agenda that lots of people find appealing. He talked about opportunity, he talked about social mobility. I was gratified to see him lift lines from some of my speeches on opportunity in education, but they are ones that actually resonate with people, saying that talent is spread evenly, but opportunity isn't. And I think Kate is right, though, that he was up against probably one of the worst Labour leaders that we have seen in a very long time, and thus he probably couldn't have had a better opponent in many respects. Jeremy Corbyn might have been bright, shiny and new in 2017, but by 2019 I think people really had got the measure of him, and you're also seeing that come through tonight. But above all, I think people just want to get on to a domestic agenda that is actually going to change lives on the ground. And now Boris Johnson has the chance to do both that, but also deliver on Brexit.
Yeah, I think
there'll be viewers watching thinking, hang on a second, we've just heard John McDonnell and we've just heard others say this has been a Brexit election. This is Boris Johnson's main theme was let's get it done. It wasn't about, yes, of course, there was discussion about some domestic issues, but are you really trying to say that this wasn't a Brexit election at the end of the day?
I think if you look at the issues that people were saying cut through to them, Brexit was actually quite low down. We didn't have big debates in this election about Brexit itself. It was more about a domestic agenda. And when you go back to my view is that I grew up in a town that strongly voted Leave Rotherham. I represented an area that strongly voted Remain. Yeah. The issues that bind those communities together are lack of opportunity in Britain in the 21st century. And that was the agenda that I felt Boris Johnson talked about much more compellingly, and that is why I believe he got the result tonight. And I also think it's why many of those constituencies voted Leave in the first place, because they are fed up of being left behind in a country that feels like it's moving forward, but without them getting the benefit of that.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a Brexit election, but I think the interesting thing now will be, if this is right, this poll, let's remember we're going to have a lot of Conservative members of Parliament who are going to be representing seats where they are going to be facing all the issues that that we get in my inner city area, you know, benefit problems, austerity problems, and it could very well change the way the Conservative Party operates. But it wouldn't have happened without people feeling betrayed.
I'm just going to pause there for a second, Kate. Sorry.
Yeah,
Can I just go to Newcastle and have a look at what's going on there? Newcastle upon Tyne Central, because we may be in a position to get a result. Let's just listen to what they're saying. Are they just gathering? They certainly are. They seem to be gathering, don't they? Yes.
I'm ready to declare the result for Newcastle upon Tyne Central. I, Pat Ritchie, hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Newcastle upon Tyne Central constituency is as follows. Syed Ali Avey, also known as Ali Avey, 2,709. Mark Frederick Glenn Griffin, Brexit Party, 2,542. Chinyelo Susan Unwura, also known as Chi Unwura, 21,568. Emily Victoria Payne, the Conservative candidate, 9,290. Tamar Jem Pittman, also known as Tay Pittman, 1,365. And that Chi Unwura has been duly elected to serve as member for said constituency.
So there's our first result of this general election of 2019. It came at 26 minutes past 11 at night, and Chi Unwura holding on to Newcastle upon Tyne Central. Let's listen to what she has to say.
By thanking the returning officer for her excellent work, and also the police who have maintained our safety and security, and the amazing teams of Newcastle employees here and also in all the polling stations across Newcastle who have done such fantastic work to get us here. And I believe I am the first MP to be declared. Is that right? So for the moment, the entire British Parliament is Labour.
Kuenssberg there giving her response to the win there in Newcastle upon Tyne Central. Let's go to Sunderland.
Hereby give notice that the total number of votes for each candidate for the Horton and Sunderland South constituency is as follows. Richard Peter Bradley, Green Party, 1,125. Paul Edgeworth, Liberal Democrat, 2,319. Richard Elvin, UKIP, 897. Christopher John Charles Howarth, the Conservative Party, 13,095. Richard Maeve Phillipson, Labour Party, 16,210. Kevin Lawrence Yule, Brexit Party, 6,165. And that Bridget Maeve Phillipson has been duly elected to serve as member for the said constituency.
So there we have the Sunderland result going in, and a win for Labour, but on a much reduced majority for Bridget Phillipson, who's been the MP there since 2010. And it is in line with the exit poll. She will be thanking the returning officer and everyone who's been involved in the count, of course. But it'll be interesting to see whether she says something about the actual course of Labour's national campaign. The Newcastle numbers I'd like to look at in more detail. The declaration we got first of all 4 minutes ago. This was Kuenssberg holding this seat for Labour on 21,568 votes, a majority of 12,278 on a turnout of 65%. We'll come back to those figures. Let's go to Blythe Valley.
I'd like to make the declaration of the result of poll for the Blythe Valley constituency. I, Kelly Angus, Acting Returning Officer for the Blythe Valley constituency, declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Tom Chapman, Liberal Democrats, 2,151. Susan Elizabeth Dungworth, Labour and Cooperative Party, 16,728. Dawn Finesse, the Green Party, 1,146. Ian Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,000. Ian Levy, the Conservative Party candidate, 17,440. Mark Pert, Brexit Party, 3,394. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 94. The election turnout.
This is one of the big moments of the night. There's no question about it at all. This is the Conservative Party taking the former mining constituency of Blythe Valley from Labour. And this is Ian Levy for the Conservatives on a majority of 712, so not a big majority, on a turnout of 63%. But that is a very significant pointer to what's likely to happen according to the exit poll as we go through the night. This is Labour losing one of its traditional heartland seats. It's been in Labour hands since 1950. It's on the Northumberland coast and, as I say, held for many years by Ronnie Campbell, who was himself a great Leave campaigner, but succeeded by Susan Dungworth, a local councillor, and now this man, Ian Levy, has won. Let's listen to what he has to say after this remarkable victory.
Start? Yeah. Thank you. Could I say thank you to Blythe Valley? This is a huge responsibility that I've took on this evening, but it is a massive, massive honour. I would like to thank the returning officer and her staff. Done a fabulous job. I would like to thank the police and security services for doing a fabulous job this evening. My agent, Richard Wearmouth, who has been marvellous throughout the campaign. I would like to thank my team, who've worked really hard, and also a special thank you to Jack Gebhard, Veronica, and to Connor, who has worked really hard for me. Fabulous. Most of all, I would like to thank the people of Blythe Valley, because if the people of Blythe Valley hadn't voted, I wouldn't be here tonight. Finally, I would like to thank my wife, Maureen, my children, Andrew and Alice, and I would like to thank Boris, because I would say that I'm going to be on that train on Monday. I'm going to London. We're going to get Brexit done, and we are going to build a strong economy for the UK. We're going to do that together. Thank you, Blythe Valley.
There's the message from Ian Levy and the supporters there for the Conservatives. He's an NHS worker, by the way. He did contest the seat 2 years ago, and now he's won it. He's won this traditional Labour seat, and it's gone into Conservative hands for the first time. This is Blythe Valley in Northumberland. A quick word from Laura with me.
Just fascinating to see. He could hardly believe it, and also his voice cracking with this sort of emotion, aware actually of this. You know, this is a symbolic moment in this night. We're very early doors. A lot could change, but the fact that the Conservatives have taken a seat like that is something really remarkable. Also fascinating, he personally mentioned Boris Johnson. We saw time and again Boris Johnson went to the northeast of England. He may well, in that seat, have been what he always was billed to be, that Heineken Conservative politician who could reach parts of the country that other Conservatives couldn't reach. Long way to go, though. A
long way to go, but as we say, the Boris name, the Boris Johnson name coming up time and time again. Let's go back to Uxbridge, where that count is taking place, which is Mr Johnson's own constituency. Andrew Marr, what do you make of the Blythe Valley result and what it tells us about the likely course of this evening?
Well, Blythe Valley is one of those places I know just a little bit. I trained there as a journalist. And the thought of Blythe Valley going Tory, well, unfortunately, I have to talk to you, Hugh, or my jaw would be on the floor. It is extraordinary. But politics never stops, never slows down. And what I'm hearing from sources close to Boris Johnson is that we are now going to see a ferocious acceleration of the legislation to, quote, get Brexit done. We're going to see perhaps the Commons being asked to sit on the Saturday before Christmas, and then the House of Lords expected to sit between Christmas and New Year, so no holidays for the gentlemen of the Lords or the ladies of the Lords, and then a ferocious plan of change in January. I think a fairly major cabinet reshuffle coming later in January, probably the Queen's speech and the budget coming just after we leave the EU on the 31st. So an absolutely extraordinary torrent of change coming as a result of this equally extraordinary night. Though, of course, as Laura says, it's early yet, and we don't know what's going to happen in seats up and down the country.
No sign of the man himself yet, Andrew. What are they saying about timings in Uxbridge?
I'm afraid it's going to be late. I think it'll be nearer 4 o'clock or 4:30. I've just been jostled alongside here by Lord Buckethead and all sorts of strange candidates wanting to take on Boris Johnson here. There was a lot of talk earlier on this evening about Boris Johnson potentially losing his seats as the Liberal Democrat vote in Uxbridge collapsed into the Labour vote. We don't know yet, but the Tories are fairly confident, obviously, of holding it. We'll hear later on. We're standing in a kind of grand polytunnel for elite athletes. This is where Usain Bolt, Linford Christie and many others trained, but we don't look like we're going to see many photo finishes here tonight.
Andrew,
Dreadful
we'll be back
metaphor,
later.
Sorry.
You're forgiven. Thank you very much. Andrew Marr there for us in Uxbridge. And at this moment, I think we should just remind ourselves we've had 3 results in. There are 647 to go. So yes, Laura's right. It's early. It's very early in the stage of the race. But we've had 1 dramatic result in, certainly from Blythe Valley, but 2 interesting results in from Sunderland and Newcastle. How do they fit into the exit poll prediction? Are they in line? Well, the man who can tell us that is the man who's got his fingers all over the Brexit poll, and that is Professor Sir John Curtice. It's our first chat of the night, John. A very warm welcome to you. I know you've been very hard at work with your team there. Tell us a little about the results we've had so far, certainly Blythe Valley, and whether they fit into your exit poll pattern.
Yeah, the exit poll forecast that the Conservatives would narrowly win Blythe Valley. With a 15-point drop in the Labour vote, and we had a 15-point drop in the Labour vote, and the Tories narrowly won Blythe Valley. Equally, the 17-18-point drop in the Labour vote in Houghton and Sunderland South was also anticipated by the exit poll. Labour did a little bit better in Newcastle Central, but of course it's a rather more Remain seat. And one of the things we expect to find tonight, do not be surprised, if particularly when we get further south and we get into much more pro-Remain constituencies, that we do not see spectacular advances by the Conservatives. But in the north of England, in Leave areas, in working class seats, the Labour Party does seem to be in serious trouble. So I think I have to say so far, absolutely right, it's early. But if these results are at all typical of what happens later tonight, and there's some other intelligence kicking around suggesting quite a lot of the rest of the Labour red wall is going to fall to the Conservatives. If that intelligence is right, then it looks as though the broad picture, at least, of the exit poll may well be right. At that point, however, let me just enter one crucial caveat about the exit poll. Lots of excitement north of the border about the fact that we said the SNP might get 55 seats. Well, Christine Jardine, the Liberal Democrat candidate for Edinburgh West, quite rightly pointed out, and even Humza Yousaf, I think, was not necessarily claiming the 55 seats we're going for. Just have to remember, inevitably, we don't have that many sampling points in Scotland. It happened to be the case that the SNP were doing very well in our sampling points, but there are lots of marginal seats in Scotland. So as in 2017, when we again gave a health warning, the SNP figure for Scotland is the bit about the exit poll about which, frankly, we are least confident. And if it ended up still with SNP gains, but maybe rather less than that, we, to be honest, would not necessarily be surprised.
Well, that's interesting, John, isn't it? And we were talking to Humza Yousaf of the SNP earlier, and when I put it to him that maybe 20 gains was ambitious, he kind of said, yes, it may well be ambitious, and indeed, that ties in with what you're saying.
Sure, but equally, he was certainly expecting the SNP to make significant gains, and I think that's the message to take away from this. Basically, we can give you no more than a rough overall picture of Scotland. Looks as though SNP vote up, and the other unionist parties, therefore, potentially at risk. And that is about as far as I think anybody should take the exit poll so far as Scotland is concerned so far.
The health warning is duly noted, John. Thank you very much. And we'll be back with you later on. So John Curtice there. That's a very good point for us to go to Glasgow and join my colleague Kirsty Walk, who's there. Kirsty, what is your reading of things there tonight? Not just the strength of the SNP, but, you know, let's look at some of the other parties as well. We talked to the Lib Dems earlier. What's your sense of it?
My sense of it is very much that SNP is being very cautious. I mean, you know, practically all seats in Scotland are marginals. You know, and on the basis of 55, it would wipe out practically all but 2 Tories, 1 Liberal Democrat and 1 Labour. Now, I think possibly that is extremely ambitious figure for the exit poll, and we'll just have to wait and see. But one indication will come quite soon, because Rutherglen in Lanarkshire will declare round about 1:30, 2 o'clock. Now, at the moment, it's got a 268 Labour majority. If that goes to a majority of something like 5,000 for the SNP, that will indicate that that exit poll isn't that far off. I mean, what the SNP really had to do was raise the game there. They had 35 seats. They had to get in probably to the early 40s so that Nicola Sturgeon could make her case for Indy Ref 2. Anything more than that, and of course, her case is much strengthened. But we don't know that yet. We will get a sense of that when Rutherglen comes. I mean, here in Glasgow, you know, there's there's a great deal of excitement in this great big barn. You know, we're going to have these 7 constituencies that are going to return and marginals among them. We've also got some drama tonight because the police have taken away ballot papers and evidence bags because there has been allegations of impersonation in Paisley, so we get a sense that that result might come much later. But there's all to play for. I mean, Scotland, as ever, is one of the most exciting places in the election. If it is the case that Nicola Sturgeon is into the 50s and she will then press for a Section 30, it will be hard, I think, for Boris Johnson to do anything other than delay, delay, delay. But can he rule out forever? Not with Scottish parliamentary elections coming up in 2021, which would then mean that would be the main part of her campaign. Interestingly, though, Nicola Sturgeon was getting a bit of flack for pressing the IndyRef2 button during this. It was Stop Brexit was meant to be the main message. There was a worry about her campaign. Did it actually hit the target enough? But if the exit poll is anywhere near right, she did hit the target.
Kirsty, good to talk to you. We'll be back with you later on. And as you say, Scotland always providing exciting news on election nights like this. Our thanks to Kirsty Walk. Thinking about influence in Parliament, and if we think about the previous Parliament, the DUP, of course, in Northern Ireland, wielded enormous influence given their parliamentary agreement with the Conservatives. Clearly, if the Tories have a majority of 80 plus, well, then the DUP will, by definition, not have that kind of influence, one would have thought. Let's talk to Sammy Wilson of the DUP, who's standing in East Antrim. Sammy, thanks very much for joining us. What's your thoughts so far on the way this is panning out?
Well, I think that if the exit polls are correct, then of course the government is going to have a much bigger majority, a workable majority, and that's, I suppose, in one way that's good for the country. Though it presents certain challenges for us, especially given the fact that the agreement for getting out of the EU is so disadvantageous to Northern Ireland in terms of the impact on our economy and the longer-term constitutional impact. However, you know, we have another year of negotiations for the future trading relationship. It's going to be full of pitfalls, challenges, and things which the government is going to find very difficult to sell to many of its.
Oh, I'm sorry about that, but lost Sammy Wilson there of the DUP. Hang on a second, Sammy, are you still with me? Because we just lost you for a second, but I can see you're back again now, so apologies. You carry on with the point you're making, thanks.
Yeah, so, you know, over the next year, the government has to negotiate its future relationship with the EU. There are going to be many challenges in that, many things which I think its own supporters are going to find it difficult to swallow, and that will give us opportunities to have some influence during those debates and during those discussions. And at the end of the day, if the whole package can't be agreed, then of course the parts which affect Northern Ireland will fall as well. The other thing, of course, I would say is that with a big majority, the government may well be in a position where it can wield much more muscle in negotiations with the EU, and if it can do that and finish up with no quotas, no tariffs, no level playing field as far as regulations are concerned, then of course that means that many of the difficulties which the current deal presents for Northern Ireland would be removed.
There'll be people listening to you, Sammy, thinking, well, hang on a second, your reservations about the withdrawal agreement have been laid out very clearly. You were in a position of great influence to try to change that. You are no longer going to be in the position to change it in this new Parliament. So how on earth are you going to affect the negotiations as they proceed?
Well, the negotiations, of course, that have to go from now on, between now and next December, may well create great challenges for the government itself. For example, if the EU insists on payment for access to the continued payment for access to the EU market, if they insist on a level playing field, in other words, we have to mimic EU regulations, if they insist on access to fishing grounds, then I think the government's going to have difficulty with its own members. And you could be back into the situation where Theresa May found herself, where many of its own members say, we're not supporting that kind of deal. And of course, that then gives us some leverage.
Just a quick thought on timing, Sammy. When do you expect some results there in Belfast?
Well, we're expecting the first one's probably about 2:30, 3 o'clock, on to 4 o'clock in the morning.
We'll be back then, but thanks very much for talking to us. Sammy Wilson there
Okay,
of the DUP. Laura, it's an interesting thing, isn't it? Just trying to put to Sammy there, you know, the notion of being in a parliament where there is a very solid majority. It's something that we've not been used to.
Not for a long time, because if you go back to 2010, certainly the coalition put together a solid majority of a coalition, but that was subject to all sorts of bartering behind closed doors between the Lib Dems and the Conservatives. And then since then, 2015, David Cameron had a majority, but it was tiny. Yeah. And even back then, he had the DUP and the Brexiteers in his own party at his shoulder the whole time. And there was lots of informal deals here and there with the DUP at that point. If these numbers bear out, if they even remotely bear out and Boris Johnson has a solid majority, we're living in a totally different political landscape where broadly, of course, if a government wants to get something done, if a Prime Minister wants to follow a particular path, they can more or less at least go in that vague direction. That doesn't mean, of course, that there won't still be opposition in his own party. It doesn't mean that the leader of the opposition, one assumes a different leader of the opposition will still have a role and there'll still be push and pull in Parliament. But that's a completely different kind of politics to what we've been living in for the last 9 years. Totally different.
Indeed, and different implications as well for how power is wielded in Downing Street. So with that in mind, let's join Jeremy once again.
Hugh, here we are in Downing Street, our virtual Downing Street, and what we've done is we've got these tiles, and each tile has a constituency name on, and we're using them to pave the path to number 10. Now, the all-important line here shows you 326 MPs. That's the number you need in the House of Commons for an overall majority. That's the number we think under the exit poll that Boris Johnson has easily got tonight. Let's show you how he's paved that path. Let me just bring on these Conservative seats. Now, I'll explain to you why they are in fainter blue. It's because they're not results at the moment, they're just projections. Where we've got results, we've placed them at the back. So if you were to look all the way back to the other end of Downing Street, you would see Blythe Valley in blue back there. After that, we place them in terms of how tight the exit polls suggest the results will be. So what's fascinating is going up to the 326 line and beyond it and seeing which seats we have here, because these are the ones, some of them too close to call, being placed here. They may not turn out to be blue. You see Chelsea there, just across the line. You see also Hastings, which was Amber Rudd's constituency, very tight with the Theresa May election in 2017, now going for the Conservatives. Stoke Central would be going from Labour. Next to that, you see Bolsover, famous, already mentioned here, Dennis Skinner, beast of Bolsover, would be out of Parliament under the exit poll. So let's just move forwards a bit. And as we move forwards down this line, we see constituencies which the exit poll has as very tight results indeed. Stroud going blue from Labour. Keighley, John Grogan would be out of the House of Commons for Labour. Stockton South would be again a tight gain from Labour. Warwick and Leamington, Matt Weston was the MP, again a tight gain. Batley and Spen was a Labour seat. Derby North was a Labour seat. So these are all, the exit poll has them as gains. Carshalton's interesting. London, Lib Dem, going blue. And on we go, and here we get to ones. Portsmouth South was red, going blue. Warrington South, the same. West Bromwich East, you can see there, was the seat of Tom Watson, former deputy leader of the Labour Party, stood down. Even so, you'd never expect that to go blue. And then very, very tight indeed. We have Wimbledon, Reading East, St Ives, Walsall South, again. These are not seats. These seats, Walsall South, Burnley, Louise Cooper was the Labour MP there. You would not expect them to be going blue. So I stress, that's the exit poll telling us that. And right at the end, it's so tight, we may see them in the other line. And goodness knows, Labour need them in the other line. Just have a look. If we go further down the street here, I can bring on these Labour exit poll seats, and let's have a look here. So you'll see, there we are, in faint red, because they're still projections, you'll see what are effectively the new Labour marginals. So these are the ones where we think Labour have just squeaked it. Lee had a 10,000 majority. Cardiff North, had to be a good win for them. Chesterfield was Tony Benn's seat back in the day. Enfield Southgate, the MP Bambos, Cheryl Ambos, we reckon he's back in. We can't be sure yet. Bury North, again a tight win. Gedling, Vernon Coker will be back in under the exit poll. But how can Redcar, which we saw there at the end of the line, how can that have been a close result for Labour from the Conservatives? And so 191 Labour, says the exit poll, and the Conservatives on 368. And you'll see, as the night goes on, Hugh, we will fill in these seats. We'll make them dark blue, dark red. and we'll see exactly what happens at the end of the line, because those are effectively the new marginals, and they'll all be different.
Jeremy, that's fascinating, and we'll be back as that path progresses, clearly. That's Jeremy Vine there for us once again. Lots of things to talk about in the studio, and I'm fascinated to listen to what people have to say who served for a long time in the previous Parliament, and indeed those who are trying to get into the new Parliament. Let's join Andrew again.
Thanks, Hugh. I'm joined by Nicholas Soames, former Conservative MP, Tory grandee, Jonathan Bartley. We'll make you a green grandee for that, because it's got alliteration to it anyway. Nicholas Soames, have we not witnessed tonight a watershed? It's the end of your kind of Tory party. A Tory party that was pro the EU, was more southern than northern, was quite posh. We've now got a Tory party that is much more northern, more blue collar, and is effectively the Brexit party. It's over for your kind of Tory party.
Well, I hope it isn't, because I don't think the Prime Minister is solely a Brexit Prime Minister. I think he's a proper one-nation Tory. But it's quite clear that he persuaded in a lot of seats in the North and in the Midlands, I think, and elsewhere, that the Labour Party was not the Labour Party. The Corbyn Labour Party is not the Labour Party they knew, that they once knew and were happy with, and that they were failing, frankly, to in any way link up with their cultural sense of identity in this country. And I think it is an extraordinary change.
But you said that under Mr Johnson, the Conservative Party was beginning to look like a Brexit sect. Sects don't win majorities of 80 plus.
No.
So I mean, it's just a different party.
I think it is going to be a different party, because look at the complexion of the seats that it's going to represent. And I thought that astonishing result from the Blythe Valley, the Conservative member saying, I'm on the way south to see Boris, for which he got a great cheer, and I'm going to tell him what we need.
But my point is, this is a passing of the guard from a Tory party, if not dominated, hugely influenced by people like yourself, to an entirely different Conservative party where people like you will no longer call the shots.
Well, look, political parties always change. They change the whole time, and this is a big change.
But this is a watershed.
It is a political watershed, and it will be a different party, but it's no bad thing for being that. This could build a new Conservative majority across Britain for another generation. I mean, it's difficult to see.
Based on a policy that you have opposed on Brexit.
Well, look,
again, I mean, from his own tactical self-interest, Boris Johnson was right to get rid of people like you.
No, he was. I had a fundamental disagreement with the Prime Minister.
Because it allowed him to rebadge the party as the Brexit party, in essence, and look what he's done.
He very generously handed the whip back to me before I left.
No, I'm sure peerage is on his way.
No, he did. But the point is that he was perfectly entitled to exert his authority. I was fundamentally against the policy of no deal, because I believed it would harm the national interest of my country. And I think it was a point of principle. But, you know, he has proved, this election, extraordinary result, has proved that what this time of Toryism is extremely popular, really on a one-nation basis.
OK. Let me come to Jonathan Bartley. Your manifesto slogan was, if not now, when? To which the answer is, it's not now and probably never.
I mean, this, no doubt, if this is correct, this is a very bad night for the climate. It's a very bad night, I think, for progressive politics. We have to learn the lessons, and we need to be working together. We tried to put together, Unite to Remain alliance. We reached out to Labour to work together. We never wanted this general election. We were the one party saying we didn't want it, and we warned what could potentially happen in this scenario. There's no way of spinning this. This is very bad news.
But it's also remarkable because we all know that green issues have been way up the agenda compared to previous years. We've seen the cover of Time magazine with Greta Thunberg on it. And yet, even in that, you couldn't make any kind of breakthrough, it seems.
Well, I mean, it's down to the voting system. We're going to have...
That doesn't help, I understand.
It looks like we're going to have a big majority on, less than 50% of the vote for the Conservatives. What are they coming in? About 42%. And they're going to have, a mandate really to drive through whatever they want. And that's, bad for democracy. But we need to, I think we've learned from this election, we need electoral reform. We need it desperately.
Right. And can I suggest with the Tory majority of 80 plus, you're not going to get it. And
looks that way.
It does question if there is a role, other than as a spoiler,
for a separate Green Party. Let's just take Blythe Valley there. The Tories won by 712 votes, but 1,146 people voted Green.
Well,
if they had voted Labour, the Tories wouldn't have won.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can't hand our votes over to another party. We know that in 2017, a third of our votes came from the Conservatives from 2015. But that wouldn't necessarily have made a difference to the result. And we also know that Labour could have stepped aside in 30-odd seats. Well, I have to look at the results, but certainly going into this election 2 days ago, if they'd stepped aside in 30-odd seats, they might have allowed 30 Conservatives to be beaten. The point is, we need to be working together. The point is, we need electoral reform. And this is a broken system, which means that we can't have that collaboration and can't get that progressive voice to translate into seats in the House of Commons.
All of that may be true. But what it means is, since it doesn't seem it's going to change very quickly, these election days just become Groundhog Day for you.
Well, yeah, and as long as Labour don't embrace electoral reform, they're just going to line up the next Conservative government. We've said this repeatedly. We've reached out repeatedly. This is Labour's loss. You know, bottom line, it was Labour's to lose, and they lost it.
All right, we shall leave it there. I thank you both for being with us. Back to Hugh.
Andrew, many thanks. Thanks to the guests as well. Have a look at this reaction from Ian Murray, a senior Labour politician in Scotland, because this is damning as well. Every door I knocked on, and my team and I spoke to 11,000 people, mentioned Corbyn. Not Brexit, but Corbyn. I've been saying this for years. The outcome is that we've let the country down, and we must change course, and fast. And Kate Hoey is a former Labour MP, is with me. Are you surprised by the strength of that?
No, not really, because Ian actually, I think he resigned at some stage over Jeremy's leadership and some other issues. And he's probably right that in Scotland Brexit wasn't the issue. But, you know, there's no doubt about it. Labour is going to have to look very, very hard at what has gone wrong, and it is not going to be something that's going to be fixed overnight. I would say that there are some really good Labour MPs there who have worked incredibly hard and who have been voted for leaving. Yeah. And I just hope they're not going to be all swept away, because it is important that there are people within the Labour movement who are being able to tell Labour people out there that actually everyone was not taking this ridiculous position. And he has suffered from that position of trying to face both ways. It hasn't worked. And you know,
which John McDonnell admitted earlier on. You know,
yeah, but it's a bit late, you know. He's the one, actually. I blame... I mean, I have to be honest, and I'll be honest. I blame John McDonnell for a lot of this, actually more than Jeremy. Of course, Jeremy has not been popular on the doorstep, and that you can't take that away. But in terms of the Brexit policy, it was John McDonnell who has moved the party and has kind of made Jeremy be completely outvoted within his own area because of the fact that there are so many Remain Labour MPs, and all those Labour MPs who spent a year trying to disrupt, delay and do all those things, they are responsible as much as Jeremy.
Well, we'll talk to some of them as the night goes on. Point to you, Justine, at this stage as well, because I know you've both got to go soon. Is there a discrepancy there? Is there a contradiction? Nicholas Soames saying this brand of conservatism that Boris Johnson is now, this populist conservatism. And then he said, you know, within a kind of overall context of one nation Toryism. But we're looking at a campaign which has resulted possibly in a very, very strong SNP vote in Scotland, which will raise inevitably more questions about the validity of calls for a second independence referendum. So is it really one nation Toryism, or is it actually a form of English Toryism, which has actually won out here?
Well, I think there'll be some very different results across the country. Obviously, in London, it's a very different picture for the Conservatives, a much tougher political battleground. So it's probably too early in the evening, to be honest, to say it's one thing or the other. What I do know is I think what people are voting for in this election is resolution on Brexit, just to move forward on that somehow. I think now Boris Johnson has the chance to avoid having to fudge it. He can now get on with an agenda. He said he wants to have us out by the 31st of January. He wants a deal done by the end of December. He can now do that. There will not be a parliament holding him up. or any factions that he will have to pander to. So he now has that chance to deliver on the Brexit that he sold the British people. But I think the other point clearly for me is this issue of inequality of opportunity, communities being left behind, is coming through very strongly. And I'm not surprised that many Labour communities are now giving up on Labour because, frankly, I grew up in one of them, and you don't see enough change. And I think people are just tired of being told it's going to get better in 2 or 3 years' time, and it never does. And they are saying, if that means voting for a very different party to see if they can do a better job, then that's exactly what they'll do.
I think many Labour or former voters will have gone in literally holding their nose and saying we're going to give the Conservatives a chance, and they're going to have to now prove that they actually do. But one final thing I would like to say is, you know, I think also this result, if it turns out to be such a big majority, sends a signal to the European Union. And the European Union is going to have to, now they're not going to be able to sit back and think, oh, well, if we just hold on a little longer and if we're a bit nastier, maybe they'll change their mind. Maybe there'll be a second referendum.
Things have changed.
This is Brexit delivered. I want to see some changes to the withdrawal agreement too, and that can happen, the things to do with Northern Ireland, very much that could happen now. So I'm feeling actually quite positive tonight, believe it or not.
Says a former Labour MP. Well, there you go.
So, yes.
OK, well, it's good to have you both with us. Thank you very much indeed. And we'll have a word with Laura in a second. What I'd like to do now at 3 minutes past midnight is just remind you of what the exit poll is telling us. We've had just 3 results in, but this was the exit poll that we revealed 2 hours ago, showing that Boris Johnson is probably on course for a very solid majority, possibly over 80 seats. Labour doing poorly and scoring 191 seats, according to the poll, making heavy losses. The SNP on a surge, it suggests, in Scotland. We'll watch that closely. And the Lib Dems relatively poorly on 13 seats, and Plaid Cymru on 3, having lost 1 in Wales, if the poll is right. And then there you have the picture. But as I stress, it's the exit poll. It is pointing very firmly in one direction, and that's the state of play at 4 minutes past midnight in London at the BBC Election Centre. You are watching Election 2019. We'll cross the newsroom here at News Broadcasting House, and we'll have the news headlines with Tina Dahealy.
Thanks, Hugh. Hello. The Conservatives are on course to win a significant majority in the general election. That's according to an exit poll for the BBC, ITV and Sky News. If accurate, it would see an increase for the Tories, around 50 seats on their tally in 2017, and would be their biggest majority since 1987. The poll suggests Labour would lose some 70 seats, its worst performance in more than 30 years. The party has already lost one of its heartland seats, Blythe Valley, to the Conservatives. Jessica Parker has more.
After the first December election in nearly a century, it's time.
Our exit poll is suggesting that there will be a Conservative majority when all the votes are counted after this election of December 2019. The Conservatives on 368 seats and Labour way down on 191. Now, on those figures, we are looking at a Conservative majority of 86.
As people take it in, it's worth remembering this is a forecast, not the final result, but it projects a big victory for Boris Johnson.
As we have outlined throughout this entire campaign, the focus has been on Brexit. You know, we've had that gridlock in Parliament. We want to get Brexit done. You've heard the Prime Minister say this. Get it done before Christmas, introduce the legislation and get that moving.
Grim faces for Labour as the party waits to see what the reality is. The first big upset, losing the long-held Labour seat of Blythe Valley.
And I would like to thank Boris, because I would say that I'm going to be on that train on Monday. I'm going to London. We're going to get Brexit done.
Their Brexit policy, Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, has been under scrutiny in this campaign. That scrutiny will now intensify.
Is it not time for you and Jeremy Corbyn to stand down and make way for another generation?
Well, we'll see the results in the morning and then decisions will be made, I'm sure, then.
Let's see the results.
But if it is like this, it's over for you and Mr. Corbyn.
Well, we'll make the appropriate decisions.
For the SNP, the projected result is near akin to their 2015 triumph. For the Liberal Democrats, who helped call this election, does disappointment lie ahead?
So we're really just kind of waiting to see, because it's not a reflection of not just ourselves, but what the other parties are saying they've been seeing on the ground. And there are a lot of marginal seats. So we have to factor that in, that the marginal seats, they probably won't all go the same way. So it's possible to say really at this point.
The campaign is over. The finish line is in sight. But there's still a way to go tonight. Though for some, it's definitely a sprint, not a marathon. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
This is, of course, a rare election held in the run-up to Christmas, and there have been plenty of seasonal outfits on display. Conservative candidate Ben Bradley wasn't going to let the election get in the way of his Christmas celebrations, turning up to his count in a jumper that read "Just Chilling." He said he was simply honouring Friday's Christmas Jumper Day. And while you're watching us, you can get more detail on the exit poll on your mobile. BBC News has a seat-by-seat forecast. Just select a constituency to see what the data suggests using our website or the BBC News app. That's it. Now back to Hugh and election 2019.
Welcome back to the BBC Election Centre. There are 5 results now in. We have 645 to go, but the exit poll and now the BBC prediction is that Boris Johnson's Conservatives are heading for a very handsome majority for them of possibly 80-plus seats. They're certainly looking to gain 50 seats on their performance in 2017. Have a look at this result from Sunderland Central, which has come in. Let's look at the figures, because they tell us a story about Labour's performance. Now, Labour have held on to this seat in Sunderland, which of course is traditional Labour territory. Julie Elliott, who's been the MP there since 2010, former union organiser. She's still the MP on 18,336 seats. Tom De Silva for the Conservatives is on 15,372. So that's a majority of 2,964 on a turnout of 60%. What I want you to look at in this seat, which of course houses Nissan's car factory in the UK, which of course has been a lot of political debate about in terms of its future because of the Brexit question. Look at the percentage share for Labour's vote, which is 42, and the Tories on 35. And now look at what's happened to Labour's vote. And there you see it. It's a very big blow to Labour, losing 13 percentage points in Sunderland Central. The Tories up just 2 percentage points. It's not a very big boost for them. The Brexit Party, though, up 12 points. And we can now begin to understand where the Brexit Party is taking votes from in places like Sunderland Central. It's the theme that Nigel Farage was telling us about earlier in the evening. And if you look at the swing is a very hefty 7.7% from Labour to the Conservatives. So in Sunderland Central, despite the fact that Labour is holding on, it is a tale of Labour decline. It's a tale of Labour's weakening and of the Conservatives strengthening relatively, but it's really Labour suffering. That tells us the story that we've been looking at, Laura, for the last few hours.
It's certainly been the pattern so far, and the pattern that the exit poll suggests. And if we see that again and again and again, well, then Boris Johnson is on course to a very solid majority. And with that, what he will do as quickly as he possibly can is take us out of the European Union at the end of January. That is the promise that he made again and again and again, relentlessly, day after day after day. But I think beyond that, there is not going to be a rush in number 10 to start kind of smashing down the walls and doing all sorts of radical things immediately. As I understand it, they would bring the Brexit bill back to Parliament next Friday just for what's called its first reading, basically to say, right, we're going to get on with this, do very little else in the end of December and January, have a smallish reshuffle. But after we leave the European Union, the plan would be, with a majority like this, to set the stage for a major reshuffle and potentially at that point a big reboot of what the UK under Boris Johnson leadership outside the EU would look like. Doesn't mean everything about Brexit would be resolved. We talked about that so much in the last few weeks, but we would be out of the European Union. And in a sense, that might actually be the start of the proper first phase of the kind of Prime Minister that Boris Johnson might become. Don't forget, he's only been in there for a few months. A year ago, he was on the back benches. I mean, this is a political, a real political thriller, if you're as nerdy about all of this as we are.
We are nerdy. We're proud of it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No question about that.
I'll talk to Katya, who's with me, and Dr. Catherine Haddon from the Institute for Government in a second. Thanks for joining us. It's good to have you with us again, and Katya returning to us, and to talk a little bit about the context of this result as far as the Brexit process is concerned. But you won't blame me for wanting to pay some attention to Wales as well, because it's an interesting political landscape in Wales, where the Conservatives were certainly hoping to make quite a few gains, and in areas where Labour has traditionally been pretty strong. Lots of these Welsh seats have a lot of rich Labour heritage. So I'm going to go across to the results centre and join Reeta once again, who's got a few suggestions for us about likely Conservative gains in Wales. Reeta?
A few forecasts here of seats that will change hands from Labour to Conservative if the exit poll is correct. And you're talking about being nerdy, Hugh. Well, just think of this, that Labour has come first in terms of seats and votes in Wales in the past 26 elections. That's since the First World War. That might still be the case, but still we think that these seats are likely Conservative gains. They include Wrexham, which has been Labour since 1935, apart from one brief period, but the Labour majority there was less than 2,000 in the last election, and we're forecasting that the Conservatives are going to gain that seat from Labour. Allen and Deeside, now that was number 73 on the Conservatives' target list, so quite some way down. We think that the Conservatives might have been successful there. The incumbent, Mark Tammy, is a Labour whip. Looks like he may well be on his way out if that forecast is correct. Delyn, similarly, quite some way down the Conservatives' target list, number 66. If we just go into Delyn and have a little look at what we think is happening to the vote, this was the result last time round in 2017. We are forecasting that this is a Conservative gain from Labour. And just to show you where Delyn is, there it is there, nestling away on the north coast in Wales. They're part of that so-called red wall of seats that have been Labour seats for so long. Well, we're forecasting this time round that it's a Conservative gain. And just to show you what we think is happening to the vote share here, Labour down 12 points, Conservatives up 8 points, and the Brexit Party getting 6 points. Remember, Brexit Party, of course, didn't exist last time round, so that's their share of the vote we are forecasting tonight. Another couple of seats here, Vale of Clwyd. The Conservatives won this in 2015. Labour took it in 2017. We are forecasting that the Conservatives will get it again tonight. And Bridgend, we mentioned that a little bit earlier in the evening. Well, a candidate has told the BBC that it is neck and neck there with a potential recount. So another one to watch.
Reeta, thanks very much, and that is fascinating. And Bridgend, which happens to be my birthplace, is in fact solid Labour territory normally, though if you go back to the 80s, it was represented by a Conservative MP, Peter Hubbard-Miles, who held it, I think, for one term. And if you look at some of those other seats, including Delyn in North Wales, they have had some Conservative representation in the past. Keith Raffan represented Delyn for the Conservatives back in the 80s. So it's not all solid Labour patterns, but for the most part, when you look at these areas, including Wrexham, by the way, which has been Labour since 1935, that would be a bit of an earthquake if the Tories took somewhere like Wrexham. So with that in mind, let's go to Cardiff, to the National Counting Centre, and my colleague Sian Lloyd is there. And Sian, what are you picking up from the parties there about the likely patterns in Wales overnight?
Well, Hugh, as you say, of course, Wales, Labour has been the dominant party here really since 1922, and Wales very much making up part of Labour's red wall. Wales voted, of course, overall to leave the European Union, and it is in those leave seats that have been marginals, like Wrexham, like the Vale of Clwyd, like Clwyd South, like Delyn, like Allen and Deeside, which Reeta was picking out there, that we have been thinking could potentially change hands. Now, those seats have been forecast in the past to change from red to blue, but they have not in fact done so. However, we are hearing this evening that changes could be afoot, and we have heard from the Vale of Clwyd that the Conservatives are feeling confident there. You mentioned your birthplace of Bridgend. I grew up in Wrexham. There has never been a Conservative MP in Wrexham. If there is a Conservative elected this evening, it certainly will be a first, and it could be a first female Conservative MP in Wales as well. Also, Bridgend was mentioned. That, as you were saying, it's been Labour since 1987 with Madeleine Moon there, and I can tell you that Mark Drakeford, the First Minister of Wales, he was actually out on the doorstep in Bridgend on Wednesday, the final day of campaigning, so perhaps giving an indication that Welsh Labour did feel that it was going to be tight there. I can bring you a little bit of reaction from the Welsh Conservatives. They are calling the exit poll as encouraging. They're saying that people on the doorstep have been telling them that they were turning to the Conservatives from Labour because they didn't like Jeremy Corbyn. Another piece of news I can bring you as well is that Labour are feeling worried in Gower. Now, they took Gower from the Conservatives in 2017, and we're hearing there that they are concerned that it will be returning to the Conservatives this evening. So it could be an interesting evening in Wales, certainly plenty for us to keep our eyes on.
Sean, thanks very much. Good to talk to you again. We'll talk to you a bit later. And mentioning Gower there, again, a seat where, you know, for decades it's been in Labour hands. It includes the town of Gowerton, but actually all of the Gower Peninsula. It's quite a rural area in many parts, but quite affluent in parts as well. But it's been Labour, Labour, Labour until fairly recently when it was taken by the Conservatives back to Labour in 2017, and now it looks like it's neck and neck again. So the story in Wales is fascinating. Questions there from Sean about Labour people saying that it's all about Jeremy Corbyn. So on that theme, I want to join Andrew once again.
Thank you, Hugh. We're going to go to Stoke-on-Trent Central in the West Midlands. The candidate there for the Labour Party is Gareth Snell. He's defending a majority of almost 4,000. He joins us from the constituency. Mr. Snell, how is it looking for you tonight?
Oh, it's disastrous. I mean, the exit poll is a catastrophe for the Labour Party. Obviously, I suspect my seat will be part of the list of seats that fall to the Conservatives this evening. And, you know, this is one of the worst results the Labour Party could ever have imagined. And, you know, it is all well and good saying that, you know, we've made some gains here and we've managed to keep the Lib Dems at bays there. The fact is, in Stoke-on-Trent, we're going to have another 5 years of Tory government, probably with 3 Conservative MPs, and the damage and the untold horrors they will unleash in Stoke-on-Trent, I believe, lays firmly at the door of those running the National Party's campaign and the decisions that they have made about where to target and the sort of Brexit response they should have made.
Just to be clear, Mr. Snell, although the votes have not yet been fully counted in your constituency, you think you've lost?
Yes.
Well, John McDonnell.
Yes, I do.
And you're in your constituency voted Leave in the referendum. It's a Leave constituency. John McDonnell in the studio told me just over an hour ago that the reason Labour seemed to be doing so badly was all down to Brexit. Do you agree with that?
It's a lovely and toxic combination of the fact that the message in Stoke-on-Trent that's been heard by the voters is that Labour Party tried to stop Brexit, and, you know, it would be remiss of me not to mention that Jeremy Corbyn has come up on the doorsteps. Some people really like him, some people really dislike him, and that has been a turn-off. But John is right to say that it's Brexit. You know, the Labour Party had a choice when Theresa May presented her deal. We could either have stopped the Tories or we could stop Brexit. And unfortunately, some of the siren voices in the shadow cabinet who have big Liberal Democrats votes in their London seats decided that stopping Brexit and therefore lining themselves up for future leadership bids was much more important than respecting the votes in marginal constituencies across the Midlands and the North West and the North East. And they've sacrificed us for whatever political ambitions they want to do next.
Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell have been the dominant figures in your party for several years now, and they've spearheaded this election campaign. Is it time for them to go?
Yes.
And what direction would you like to see the Labour Party go now? Would you like to see it continue with Corbynism, but without Mr. Corbyn, or move to its more traditional social democratic roots?
Look, I've never hidden the fact that I am a part of the social democratic wing of the Labour Party, but I don't think it's helpful to define the future of the Labour Party by one or two individuals. The Labour Party had a very good manifesto offering for some areas around nationalisation of industries, around how we would remedy WASPy women, what we would do for education and hospitals and NHS. But I think we need to think about how has our Brexit position whitewashed over all the other good things we were offering to the people in those small Midland towns like Stoke-on-Trent that voted to leave the European Union. And unfortunately, we misjudged that, and as a result of that, we are now going to have 5 years of Conservative government, and we are going to be in a position where at the next general election, forming a majority Labour government is still going to be very, very far away. And my fear and my concern isn't for me and jobs of my colleagues, although that is sad to see many of them leaving, is that I'm not sure what state Stoke-on-Trent will be after another 10 years
I understand
of Conservative government.
you've said that, but let me bring you back, because I'm not quite clear what you're saying. Are you saying that it's your Remain colleagues in the Labour Party, the Keir Starmers and so on, that move Labour to a much more Remain position? Are they the reason why you're losing tonight?
It's collective failure of those at the top. Not everybody. People like Andrew Gwynn and Angela Rayner, I know, fought very hard to make sure that the voices of those outside of London were heard. But ultimately, we had a choice. The Labour Party had a choice. They could stop the Tories or they could stop Brexit. And we decided to stop Brexit because we prioritised not losing seats to the Liberal Democrats on the back of European election results in London, rather than the long-term decline of a Labour vote in places like Stoke-on-Trent. And unfortunately, the decision has led to the Labour Party now being out of government for another 5 years.
All right, Mr. Snell, thank you very much for joining us from Stoke-on-Trent Central.
Thank you.
And your account. So there we have it, Hugh. Even the Labour candidate, before the votes are counted, saying he's lost in Stoke-on-Trent Central.
And we're just thinking about party leaders there under pressure, because surely Joe Swinson will be another one, which is why I want to go to Martha Carney, our colleague in Bishopbriggs, in Dunbartonshire East, which is the constituency that Joe Swinson is standing in. And the exit poll not suggesting such good news for the Lib Dems, Martha, I think it's fair to say. What are you picking up there?
Absolutely, and if you look at what the exit poll is predicting for Scotland as a whole, could that mean that the SNP win the Lib Dem leader's seat? You'll remember that she did lose to the SNP back in 2015, and I've just been talking to a Conservative down the floor behind me who's been looking at the early results, and his view is that this whole contest here is on a knife edge, although she might scrape through in the end. An SNP councillor told me that they were quietly confident. Lib Dems aren't having any of it. They say that actually what they've picked up on the ground means they are confident she'll still continue to hold the seat. But as you've been discussing in your programme, there's going to be a big inquest. Whatever happens here in East Dunbartonshire, there's going to be a big inquest about how the Liberal Democrats did nationally and their strategy. I've been talking to one senior figure who says it would be very disappointing if they get fewer than 12 seats, or under 20 seats rather, and then also to a senior figure in the party who's very critical of the party strategy on revoking Article 50, so that's stopping Brexit without a referendum. He said that that was disastrous and a historical misjudgment, so lots of questions for Joe Swinson.
Just a thought on timings, Martha. Sorry if I missed it. I mean, what are they suggesting there for a count in Bishopbriggs?
We're expecting a count not for a little while yet, around 3 a.m. It was 20 to 3 in 2017, so we'll let you know as soon as we hear anything.
Martha, thanks very much again. Martha Carney there for us, keeping an eye on Dunbartonshire East at the count there in Bishopbriggs. Now, with me, Katja Adler and Dr. Catherine Haddon, and Laura, of course, who's with me all night. Just some thoughts, Laura, on just what we heard previously, Gareth Snell there. I think that's possibly the first person who's... we know that he's not a Corbyn supporter, but he had some very strident things to say there about leadership.
Yes, I mean, we've just seen the first Labour candidate who conceded live on air that he thinks in Stoke, that part of the country, there's been Labour, where the Tories have been pushing so hard. He's just said publicly that he believes that Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell have to go. Yes, Brexit was part of a problem. Of course, he was trying to hold on to a seat in the Leave area, but very clearly he, as we've seen others online, is now saying publicly that time is up and that Labour must change direction. And that will bring us to, there's going to be so much discussion of this in the next few days if these numbers are anything like right. So where was the mistake here? There are lots of Labour MPs, remember, who previously they tried to get rid of Jeremy Corbyn, but the membership were so enthused by his programme after 2017, because they lost but went forward a little bit. The decision of the leadership was not to think, well, what did they do too wrong? Should they move to the centre? It was to go further to the left. And if you take Brexit out of the equation for a second, it might seem impossible, but it is relevant. There will be many Labour people maybe watching this tonight, or people in the party who say this result, if it's like this, surely must prove that moving to the left may be a comfort zone for lots of people in the party, but it's not what can win the country. But there's going to be a battle royal over this in the next 24 hours or so, no question.
Yeah. You mentioned Brexit, which is unavoidable, and I just want to put this point to Katya and to Catherine. We talked just a short while ago about the likely speed of the timetable, now that Boris Johnson's likely to end up with a majority where he can do what he likes, basically. What can you say, again, about the kind of timetable in the next couple of months? How rapid is that going to be, so that we can ask Katya about the kind of response from...
So my expectation is that they will bring the bill, the Brexit bill, back to Parliament before Christmas, but the arguments and all the stages and possible tries to tweak it, they'll all happen in January, so that we can leave on Boris Johnson's schedule at the end of January.
We're just going to Swindon. Let's see what's happening there.
I, Susie Kemp, being the acting returning officer at the above election, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Bentley, Andrew Headley John, commonly known as Andy Bentley, Green Party, 1,710. Critchlow, Katie, Liberal Democrats to stop Brexit, 4,408. Linegar, Catherine Sarah, commonly known as Kate Linegar, Labour Party, 16,413. Tomlinson, Justin Paul, the Conservative Party candidate, 32,584. The turnout was 67.15%. And I do hereby declare that Justin Paul Tomlinson is duly elected.
Well, a thumping majority there for the Conservatives in Swindon North. And by the way, if you go back to the Blair years, this was in Labour hands. But now it's a big majority of 16,171 on a turnout of 67%. He's been an MP there since 2010 and Work and Pensions Minister since April. Kate Linegar on 16,413. The Lib Dems and the Greens way behind. Let's look at the share of the vote. Because the Tories are taking 59% of the vote in Swindon North, which has been seen in the past, as I say, as a key Labour Conservative test. 30% to Labour, 8% to the Lib Dems and 3% to the Greens. What's happened to the share of the vote? Well, there you have it. A 6% increase to the Tories and a 9 percentage point drop to Labour. And Swindon North is just the kind of seat where if there was a big Labour surge, you would expect them to be doing well. But look at the swing. The swing is of more than 7% from Labour to the Conservatives. So again, a very strong pointer for us. And this is the first result we've had out of the north east of England. This is now down south. This is in classic sort of territory, Labour Conservative territory in the southeast of England, Swindon North. And it'll be interesting to see what happens in Swindon South as well, where there is a much more marginal contest going on. But there you have it. And Laura, I think that result again underlines what's happened under Jeremy Corbyn's leadership for Labour in an area like this.
Yeah, no question about it. And again, this is going to play into the debate that's already raging online, and it's going to be huge for the Labour Party in the next days, weeks and months ahead, was the move further to the left ever going to see Jeremy Corbyn into power? Now, there's no question there'll be many people watching tonight. We've met many of them around the country. He built up a very strong and devoted fan base, if you like. For some people, he was the person who was capable of really changing the country for the better. But there were always profound doubts in the party about whether or not it was realistic they could build a coalition big enough to win the country. And that kind of result in the Swindon seats, you have to win Swindon seats if you've got a hope of building a majority and taking power in any kind of convincing way. And they're going the wrong way. Also just worth noting, one of the candidates there, the Labour candidate there, was one of those on the list who had been criticised and had to apologise for being found out to have shared anti-Semitic material. That too, for voters, as we've been going around the country, Labour's handling of anti-Semitism, although Jeremy Corbyn always says he did everything he could, that has been a factor. We've heard from voters that people care about that beyond the Jewish community.
So there we have the Conservatives holding on to Swindon North and Justin Tomlinson re-elected. Just before we had that result, we were chatting a bit about the Brexit process from now on, now that we are looking at a Conservative majority in this new Parliament. And Katya, when we hear people talk about speeding up the process, is that something that you recognise that the EU, the heart of the EU and the Commission, think is a good thing? Are they receptive to that or not?
Well, when you're looking at the ratification of the Brexit deal, so the one that was agreed with Boris Johnson, the EU is going to say tomorrow at its summit that it would like it ratified as speedily as possible by the new Parliament here. Why? Because we've had 3 years of uncertainty that's been corrosive in the UK and across the EU and has been really harmful for businesses and has tarnished also EU leaders' reputation for not being able to speed things up and get on with Brexit and see where it's going. However, what EU leaders will also say tomorrow, I'm told, is that they want to underline this ambition for a broad, comprehensive trade deal with the UK after Brexit. They don't believe that can be done in Boris Johnson's timetable. He says he would like to get this trade deal done with the EU by December of next year. What the EU is prepared to say to him is, you want it quick and dirty? Fine, but it'll have to be under our rules. And that would mean the UK signing up to all sorts of EU regulations. Where would be the take-back control in all of that? What EU leaders don't know, and I've had a couple of worried texts actually since we last spoke, the assumption is if there is a big majority for Boris Johnson, this could allow him flexibility to actually have a softer Brexit or actually let trade deal negotiations go beyond December next year. But maybe not. We don't actually know what Brexit Boris Johnson wants. Perhaps he could be more nationalist, the kind of more nationalist Brexit than we've sort of been led to expect so far. So EU leaders tonight are sort of nervous as they look ahead, really.
That's a fascinating scenario, isn't it? Just trying to work out what this majority will do for Boris Johnson and his approach to Brexit and what agenda really he wants to push and maybe see what he can get out of the European Union more than he has done already. And Catherine, from your point of view, what's your expectation? The way that government will now work under Boris Johnson with a very, very solid working majority. What's going to happen to that Brexit process?
I think it's going to be fascinating to watch because they're going from a position... When Boris Johnson came in, he wanted to do everything in a hurry. You know, he was rapidly trying to go through the same stages, renegotiating the deal, pushing it through Parliament that Theresa May spent 3 years doing. The next month, he's probably going to continue in that vein. So, you know, very keen to get everything done and dusted. But then, with this kind of majority, he's got 5 years and he's got a cushion in his party. So he can afford to do a lot more, he can afford to do it a lot slower and get the sort of ambitious future relationship that perhaps he, his party, the country want. But how he goes into that, I don't know. It's going to come down also to the temperament. We haven't seen what kind of Prime Minister he is. And as Laura pointed out, you know, Prime Ministers, they grow into the role. So it's going to be really fascinating to watch him over the next few months.
Well, indeed it is, given that people in the past have commented on his temperament and all the rest of it. Now he's boosted by this majority, this likely big majority, and that surely will make him a far more confident political leader than he's been hitherto.
You would think so. And also it depends what he does with his party, his cabinet. He's been sort of talking about one nation Toryism quite a lot. You know, does he, you know, whether it's in February or sooner, does he come out and change his cabinet, change his government quite significantly? New prime ministers often like to sort of bring on, you know, a cadre of MPs from lower in the ranks, bring on their own MPs and create a sort of power base that way. So we'll be watching to see who he brings on in the party, whether he brings anyone back, and you know, what kind of shape of party, what signals he sends out.
But in short, you're telling viewers that you're expecting 2 months of pretty hyperactivity.
At least for the next month, just to get through the deal. And remember, because as long as that deal is not ratified, no deal technically on the table, I mean, with this kind of majority, you would expect that process to be a lot quicker. But we'll very quickly move on to talking about the future relationship, and that's going to be the big issue. Again, he's going to have to make a sort of slight adjustment, going from saying we're definitely out in December 2020 to then perhaps giving himself more room. But he will have the cushion to be able to do that if he wants to.
And a quick last word, Katja, how likely is that extension if he wants it on the future deal?
Well, the EU would like to extend, and the Brexit divorce deal, if you like, allows for a further 2-year extension for those sort of trade negotiations, while the UK remains legally out of the EU, but in practical terms will still be paying into the EU budget, will still be a part of the single market. Something to point out as well for Boris Johnson, because we talk about hyperactivity, and he said, you know, concurrently he wants now to do a deal not just with the EU, but with various other countries. It is highly unlikely, excuse me, Hugh, that any other country will want to sign on the dotted line of a trade deal with the UK until they know what the relationship will be with the EU. So all of that will be hanging.
Fascinating. Thank you both. Good to talk to you again. Thanks very much, Katja and Catherine there. So we're talking about the battleground. We've only had 7 results so far, although we are now saying that, you know, our BBC prediction, it's no longer the exit poll in that sense, it's a prediction, is that we're heading for a Conservative majority, possibly of 80 seats, but we'll see as the results come in. We still have 643 results to come, so there may be some adjustments to be made along the way. Let's be very clear about that. But in the battleground itself, what does that look like? Let's join Jeremy again.
Hugh, we've lined up the seats that Labour were defending. So this is the Labour battleground I'm going to show you now. And what we've done is we put the one that was won most closely last time right at the very top. So you can see there, Kensington, just 20 votes in it. And down we go. And gradually the majorities increase. And the question is how far deep into this battleground the Conservatives have gone. You've got here just 32 seats on the wall. I can show you another 32. I'll do that in just a moment. But obviously going into this election, all of these seats were red for Labour. Let's see what the exit poll is suggesting will happen. So far, very few actual results. Where it's coloured in faint, that's the exit poll, which suggests that Kensington in London will be held by Labour. But after that, you see this flush of bad results for Labour. So Dudley North going Conservative, very small majorities here. Newcastle underline was Paul Farrelly, Crewe and Nantwich was Laura Smith, Canterbury, Barrow and Furness was John Woodcock, and so all of those seats the exit poll has going blue. But of course, these are the slimmest majorities here. As we go down, the majorities get bigger, but still they turn blue. Ashfield, Stroud, Bishop Auckland, been Labour for a long time, Peterborough, Colne Valley, all going blue. Where it's yellow, it's an SNP gain. So far, on this board, you can see that Labour is not really defending any of its seats very successfully outside London. Because here we have Battersea as well, just on the last column, which we have under the exit poll staying red. So in London, they're defending them better. But you can see the Conservatives doing an awful lot of damage just on this first board. Let's progress it. Let's move it on. Let's see some seats with bigger majorities here. So we've ordered them, as I say, by how close they were last time. And we still have so much Conservative damage being done to these seats in the election. Stoke-on-Trent North going blue. We have there Dewsbury, Paula Sheriff out of the House of Commons. Vale of Clwyd, Reading East, Matt Rodder, all of those going to the Conservatives. And then the first successful Labour defence outside London. Under the exit poll, we have as Gower, Antonia Antoniazzi staying in the House of Commons. Darlington, Weaver Vale, Rother Valley, Cardiff North, different story, all of them going blue. Really surprising to see some of these names going blue from red. Gedling, Gower. Here we have some Labour defences. So at this point, Labour start to defend more successfully. The majorities are getting bigger. They hold, the exit poll suggests Leeds Northwest, not a result yet. Bury North, they would hold under the exit poll. And then they lose Bassett Law and Workington as well with that 4,000 majority. Everyone talked about Workington, man, we have that seat going blue. So then again, London effect possibly, Croydon Central, but still so much Conservative damage to the Labour seats here. So much of an invasion into Labour territory. Delyn, Bridgend, Halifax, Holly Lynch was the MP. Don Valley, we've already heard from Caroline Flint tonight. Bolsover, Dennis Skinner's seat, all blue here. Clwyd South, Allen and Deeside. Bury South, then a successful defence, but still the Conservative invasion doesn't stop. So then we go to, let's just have a look here, seats 65 to 96. At what point do the Conservatives stop taking seats off Labour? Let's have a look here. Let's have a look at the names. Stoke-on-Trent Central, we'd already heard from Stoke, going blue under the exit poll. Wirral West. Then West Bromwich West, Wolverhampton North East, Hyndburn all going blue, and still they come. Let's just go over here. Well, we had Sedgefield, Tony Blair's old seat, going blue. Phil Wilson was the MP. How can that be going Conservative? So down this board, Bradford South, Batley and Spen going Conservative. Successful defence in Coventry South, according to the exit poll. And we get to the first result here. Blythe Valley, what was it? Majority 8,000. Conservatives take it. Now, that, I think, is seat 91. If you order them by how marginal they were last time, Blythe Valley is seat 91. I'm tempted to see if we can just move the camera a little bit further and see, yeah, you see down, if you go further into the hundreds, you see Labour starting to make more successful defences. And it may be Walsall South is the biggest majority the Conservatives overturn on the Labour side. What's happening here? What's going on? Well, I'll show you something fascinating. If I ask the battlegrounds just to show me seats that voted Leave by a big margin, so 55% Leave or more, then you see, as far as I can tell, they've all gone blue. So I'm going back through them and I'm removing the seats that didn't have the big Brexit majority. And you can see, can't you? They're all going blue. So yes, those who said this is the Brexit election, that is not, maybe not the only factor, but the biggest factor, Hugh.
Jeremy, thanks very much. And we're going to just keep a very close eye, of course, on some of the seats that Jeremy was mentioning there, which will be key symbols of Labour's decline, if that is what happens in many of those seats, and ask, you know, whether it is, as many people are saying, simply a question of the Brexit factor. Have a look at this result from Sunderland West, which has come in. This is the 8th result we've had. There are 642 to go. It's 1:45 in the morning. Sharon Hodgson holding on for Labour at 15,941, and Valerie Allen for the Conservatives, businesswoman from Cheshire, 12,218. The turnout there slightly less than we've seen elsewhere, of 57%, a majority of 3,723. Sharon Hodgson has been the MP since 2005 and has been part of Jeremy Corbyn's shadow team. Now, the point here is share again. 42% to Labour, 33% to the Tories. Let's see what's happened to that Labour vote. And if you look at the change there, it's a huge drop in Labour's share of 18 percentage points, and the Tories up just by 4%, and the Brexit Party, again, this is a factor we've seen in these northeastern seats, Brexit Party up 14% from a standing start, obviously, because they didn't exist last time round, and you can see where those votes have gone. If we look at the swing, well, broadly speaking, the swing then is 11% from Labour to the Conservatives. And that's the kind of story that we're looking at. And that's the story that Jeremy Corbyn is having to look at as well. And his count will be in Islington. That's his seat. Been his seat since the early 80s. And Nick Robinson is there for us. Nick, just some thoughts, first of all, on what the Labour story is so far. And are Jeremy Corbyn's team in touch at all with you about what's going on?
they're in touch, but they're refusing to confirm what Mr Corbyn will say when he comes here. Because, of course, Hugh, everybody will wait to see what the Labour leader says about why he thinks he lost. Was it him? Was it Brexit? Was it something else? And also what he's intending to do as leader. Now, the expectation even before a single vote was counted was that if the result was as bad as many people in the Labour Party thought it would be, that Mr Corbyn might not last the day, he certainly wouldn't last the week, and that John McDonnell would take over as interim Labour leader. Remember, the deputy leader, Tom Watson, is not involved anymore. He stood down. He's not running in an election tonight. But they are refusing to confirm, Jeremy Corbyn's team, that he will make that clear today. John Landsman, his close ally, not just for weeks or months, but for decades, the man who set up and runs the Momentum campaign that's so vital for him, has said that he thinks that Jeremy Corbyn will not outstay his welcome, but he might not have to make a decision until the new year. Well, I doubt very much he will be able to get away with that. I think he will be driven out of office if he's not dragged away from it by his wife, who will not wish him to go through the humiliation of facing another Prime Minister's questions and dragging this on for week after week. But crucial also, Hugh, is what he says, because while the official line coming from the people that you're hearing from in the studio, the official line from Team Corbyn is this is all about Brexit, more and more Labour MPs and candidates who may be about to lose their seats and say, no, 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 it is about Mr Corbyn. Just one example on my phone coming through on Twitter, Phil Wilson, the MP, up until the election for Sedgefield, Tony Blair's old seat, who, according to the Tories, is likely to lose that seat tonight, says for the UK Labour leadership to blame Brexit for the result is mendacious nonsense, he says. Jeremy Corbyn's leadership was a bigger problem. To say otherwise is delusional, and believe you me, for every one person doing that in public, there are dozens, if not hundreds, doing it in private. The battle over why Labour lost will be the beginning of the battle over who succeeds Jeremy Corbyn as the next Labour leader.
And interesting, Nick, that while you've been talking to us there and giving us that analysis, Barry Gardiner, of course, the Shadow Trade Secretary, has been working closely with Jeremy Corbyn, was asked if the party needed a new leader and said this: these are things that will be discussed by the leadership of the party in the next few days. So I think that's probably quite a powerful sign from Barry Gardiner that he expects the conversation to be quite robust about Mr Corbyn's future.
Yeah, the truth is Jeremy Corbyn's leadership is over. It is not at issue whether he's gone. It's only an issue exactly when he's gone. I don't think he'll concede today. It's not Mr Corbyn's style. He likes to consult. He'll talk to his allies. He, remember, wanted above all to control the Labour Party, and he wanted to make sure that his departure and the moment of his departure ensures that someone like him, someone who believes in what he believes in, can hold on, and the tussle will then take place between the real critics of the Corbyn leadership, the Emily Thornberrys, for example, the Keir Starmers, maybe more outside figures like Jess Phillips, for example, or Lisa Nandy, them and the figures who are clearly successor to Jeremy Corbyn, who come up in politics because of him, people like Rebecca Long-Bailey, for example. But the argument has to be about why they lost first, defining that. And what was so important about that Swindon result that came in, a dramatic swing against Labour, not in the North East, couldn't be blamed by being on the wrong side of the Leave argument per se, in which who was gaining in Swindon North? The Liberal Democrats and the Greens were significantly gaining. So the simplistic view that this was all about, as it were, white working class men in the north of England who feel Labour have let them down on the issue of Brexit, that ain't going to wash.
Nick, good to talk to you again. Thanks very much. Nick Robinson there for us in Islington. Just a quick note, as some more results are coming in. First result from the northwest, from Cheshire, which is Halton, and it's a Labour hold. And by the way, the swing from Labour to the Conservatives is of 5.1% there, slightly less than we've seen elsewhere. So quite an interesting thing for us to be noting. Can we see the figures for Halton? Let's have a quick look. And just to confirm these for you, Derek Twigg for Labour, who's been there since 1997. He's been a very experienced MP, being re-elected on a majority of 18,975, the turnout of 64%. And if we look again at Labour's share of the vote, 63%, which means they've taken a hit there, and they're down by 9 percentage points on last time. So, as I was saying, the swing is 5.1%, which is less than we've seen elsewhere. So just a quick update for you on the result. That's our first result of the evening in from the northwest of England, from Cheshire, and that's a Labour hold in Halton. Just to say that Heidi Allen is with me, the former MP for South Cambridgeshire, and Aaron Banks, the founder of Leave EU. Good to have you both with us. Thank you very much. We'll be chatting in just a second, and of course I'll put some points to Laura as well. But let's join Andrew once again.
We're going to go to Swindon South. It's a seat held by the Conservatives with a majority of just under 2,500. It's held by the Justice Secretary, Robert Buckland. He joins us now from the count. Robert Buckland, have you held on to your seat? It's a Remain seat, not big majority. Are you still going to be the MP?
Well, Andrew, they are opening the ballot boxes now for South Swindon, so I'm not going to count my chickens, but the North Swindon result has been a sensational swing to the Conservatives tonight. My colleague Justin Tomlinson getting a majority of over 16,000. Each seat has its own characteristics, and I'm not going to judge my result on the basis of that, but it looks like an encouraging start for us here in South Swindon.
We'll leave you leader to count chickens. Let's come back to you. It looks like you're going to win by a substantial majority. Do you have any idea what to do with it?
Well, I think we have. I think we've set out very clearly what we want to achieve, and it's not just getting Brexit done, it's also dealing with the bold domestic agenda on levelling up schools funding, dealing with the NHS, and also the law and order and justice agenda, which I've started to help shape as Lord Chancellor and Justice Secretary, and we are going to get on with this agenda in the months ahead. Plenty for a new Conservative government to do.
But the manifesto was pretty thin gruel, and you're getting a lot of blue-collar votes. That's why you're winning seats in the north, traditionally Labour seats. Do you really have any idea how to make their lives better?
Well, I think we've set out very clearly what a one-nation moderate Conservative government will do, and it's to improve public services and guarantee a strong economy. And I believe that breaking the impasse of Brexit will unleash more investment and more growth into our British economy and allow us to pay for those quality public services. You know, Andrew, we're listening to people right across this country, wherever they're from, and we want to make sure that no part of our country or no community is left behind. There have been communities that have felt that. Right. That was no doubt part of the Brexit result.
And now they're voting for you.
We need to understand that and answer it.
And now they're voting for you, which means that they are now your responsibility. And you say that you want to improve public services, but after the austerity of the past decade, a lot of that austerity is baked into your public spending. You're not reversing any of that. It's baked in. It will continue. You'll increase public spending, but from a very low base. That's not going to help the left behinds.
Well, I think that what we are offering is a costed and realistic programme. It's not pie-in-the-sky promises that were made by the Labour opposition, and people didn't fall for that. What they're looking for is a realistic programme for increased investment, but in a way that doesn't jeopardise our international economic credibility, doesn't mean that interest rates and the cost of borrowing starts rising, doesn't mean that the British Treasury have to go in hock to the international community. We want to make sure that our country has sustainable growth as an independent sovereign state in a way that is properly shared right across the length and breadth of the United Kingdom. That's what we're going to do, and I believe that tonight we're on the cusp of something historic.
Right, well, you've got a big majority, so there's a lot of things you'll be able to do. In your manifesto, there's some vague words about looking at how our democracy operates. You're the Justice Secretary. What does that mean?
Well, reading it carefully and fully, Andrew, you will see that we've committed to a commission that will look at aspects of our constitution and understand the pressures and the strains that have been placed upon it as a result of these 3.5 tumultuous years. I think that's the right thing to do. It's a calm and considered response to a genuine constitutional question. We're not going to rush to a back of a fag packet solution, but we are going to seek to rebalance in a way that I think is consistent with Conservative values, but also good for the long-term health of our British constitution.
No, I get it. Instead of having a policy, you'll have a commission. It's a time-honoured British way of doing things. Thank you, Mr. Buckland. We'll see
Andrew,
what
it's
happens
a sensible
at your
way
account.
forward.
Very well. Thank you. Let's come to my guests here in the studio. Joined by Danny Finkelstein, who takes the Conservative whip in the House of Lords, and by Yisha Hazarika, who used to work for the Labour Party. So why is Labour doing so badly? Is it Brexit or is it Mr Corbyn?
It's Jeremy Corbyn, 100%. Candidates all across the country have said that he has come up on the doorstep. His handling of Brexit is a factor, but it's not just that. It's the anti-Semitism, it's the culture of bullying and pushing anybody out of the party who doesn't share that view. And tonight's defeat is not just historic, it's harrowing, not just for the MPs who will lose their jobs, but those people who really need a Labour government and will not be able to withstand what is possibly coming down the track. And I've heard, you know, the excuses and people like John McDonnell saying, oh, it was all Brexit. That is not the truth. There are deep problems with the Corbyn project. But you know what? If the Labour Party doesn't understand the scale of this defeat, we will have learnt absolutely nothing. Corbyn controlled the party, the infrastructure, the message, the strategy, the manifesto. Corbynism has been tested to destruction tonight, and this project has failed, not just for us in the Labour Party, but for the country.
I just wanted an answer, not a speech.
Sorry.
But I know
I'm very upset about it.
I can see that. But here's the issue. You've never been a Corbynista, I understand that. A lot of the Corbynistas are going to say, hey, actually, our policies were rather popular. People liked our manifesto. They wanted to nationalise certain industries. They wanted a better deal for the lower paid and so on. Let's not junk Corbynism. Mr Corbyn, yeah, maybe he was a bit, long in the tooth. He had these associations with Hamas and Hezbollah and the IRA. Just get someone of a new generation, a younger generation, same broad approach, but a younger person without all that baggage. What would you say to that?
I'd say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Look, there were aspects of this manifesto that I liked. I'm more of the sort of soft left. And of course there were lots of good things, but there was almost too much. The voters felt it was incredible in the literal sense of the word. Because of course it's good. It had so much stuff in there, but the voters aren't stupid. I mean, I think if you had just had 10 of these very good policies, plus a different leader, we should have won this election. We've had 9 years of austerity. We've got a charlatan as a Prime Minister. I didn't sense a huge amount of love for Boris Johnson out there, but they were not willing to go with Jeremy Corbyn, and that is the whole cold, hard
It might not
truth.
be love, but there's enough to give him one of the biggest majorities in recent times.
Which is a failure on our part.
Exit poll is right. Danny Finkelstein, this isn't just a Conservative victory on quite a large scale if our exit poll continues to be borne out. It's a changing of the guard in the Conservative Party. This is a very different Conservative Party now from the one that you joined and worked with. This is a more blue-collar, more northern, less bourgeois, less southern, less metropolitan Tory
party.
Party.
It's a more everything, because they're going to win a majority of about 80. So that means, of course, that there are new seats that they haven't had before. But it also means they're keeping seats that they held at the last election.
They could still lose some seats in the South.
So definitely with the assistance of Jeremy Corbyn, by the way, and definitely because they were ruthless about targeting the Brexit vote, they've won a very big victory. But it isn't a victory for one part of the Conservative message.
Of course it is. It's a victory
because in the
for
end,
the Brexit wing of the Conservative
if it was just
Party.
the Brexit Party, it would have scored how the Brexit Party scored. It scored a massive Conservative victory. The important lesson going forward is that you have to have both of those people in to win a large both of those kinds of people in to win a large Conservative victory of the kind they haven't won since 1987. And the challenge going forward will be, look, Conservative Remainers stayed on board because they weren't going to accept a sub-Marxist government, and therefore there was never really a challenge from the Labour Party, and the Conservative Party was able to repel it. The challenge is going to be how to win those people next time.
Well, and that's the question that I've been asking for most of the night so far and still struggling to get an answer. You're now going to represent places like Blyth.
Of course.
Places that have had a hard deal, that have been through austerity, that are in a post-industrial state. They're your people now.
Yes, that doesn't move the Conservative Party away from a centrist like me. It moves it towards it.
Let me ask the question.
Yes.
The question is, do you really know how to help these people?
Well, I hope the Conservative Party does.
You hope?
It's certainly a challenge.
A bit late for hoping.
No, it's one of my critiques of the Conservative Party has always been that it has been very keen on the tax cut message and has not accepted the idea that for many people in the country that isn't a priority, particularly after a long period of having to curb public spending.
You don't have an agenda that will make a major difference to the lives of the people who voted for you.
You say that, but people obviously disagree with you. They've read the manifesto, they've fought in the election, and they disagree.
Don't read manifestos. What are you on?
I said they've seen what the Conservative Party has to offer. That's a fair reply, but they've seen what the Conservative Party has to offer. And it's a bit of a stretching a point. But they've seen what the Conservative Party has to offer.
You didn't have much in the manifesto in terms of a vision,
Right.
and it was more just a slogan. It was a very successful slogan.
Broadly speaking, the key thing about this is it was not a victory for one part of the message, because otherwise the victory wouldn't be so large. And it won't be large again if the Conservative Party only concentrates on part of its message.
We better leave it there and let the argument go on. Back to you, Hugh.
Andrew, thanks very much. Lively conversation. South Shields still in Labour hands, by the way. And an interesting note from John Curtice at the Results Centre saying that there have been a few declarations so far where the swing from Labour to Conservative has been a little less than we were expecting, so we should not clearly assume that the Tory majority will be exactly 86 or in the 80s, even if on the evidence so far it seems clearly that there will be, he says, a substantial Tory majority. So just a bit of a health warning there from John. Let's have a look at the BBC prediction at this stage of the night. It is 2 minutes past 1 in the morning on our election coverage, and the prediction is still at this point that the Tories will end up on around 368 seats, Labour on 191, the SNP on 55, the Lib Dems on 13, Plaid Cymru on 3, Brexit Party with no seats, the Green Party on 1 and the others 19. So that's the broad picture, and you are watching Election 2019. So let's cross the newsroom and head towards the balcony there, where we can join my colleague Tina Dahealy with the news headlines.
Thanks, Hugh. Hello. Early results appear to back up the exit poll prediction that the Conservatives are on course for a substantial majority, their biggest since 1987. Labour's expected to lose around 70 seats, its worst performance in more than 3 decades. In the first shock result of the night, the Tories gained Blythe Valley from Labour. Jessica Parker reports.
After the first December election in nearly a century, it's time.
Our exit poll is suggesting that there will be a Conservative majority when all the votes are counted after this election of December 2019.
As people take it in, it's worth remembering this is a forecast, not the final result, but it projects a big victory for Boris Johnson.
As we have outlined throughout this entire campaign, the focus has been on Brexit. You know, we've had that gridlock in Parliament. We want to get Brexit done. You've heard the Prime Minister say this. Get it done before Christmas, introduce the legislation and get that moving.
Anxious faces for Labour as the party waits to see what the reality is. But the first big upset, the Tories taking the long-held Labour seat of Blythe Valley.
I would like to thank Boris, because I would say that I'm going to be on that train on Monday. I'm going to London. We're going to get Brexit done.
Labour's Brexit policy, Jeremy Corbyn's leadership, has been under scrutiny in this campaign. That will only intensify.
Is it not time for you and Jeremy Corbyn to stand down and make way for another generation?
We'll see the results in the morning, and then decisions will be made, I'm sure, then. Let's see the results.
But if it is like this, it's over for you and Mr Corbyn.
Well, we'll make the appropriate decisions.
For the SNP, a projected surge, but not so for the Liberal Democrats, who'll hope the exit poll isn't right.
It's not a reflection of not just ourselves, but what the other parties are saying they've been seeing on the ground. And there are a lot of marginal seats. So we have to factor that in, that the marginal seats, they probably won't all go the same way. So it's possible to say, really, at this point.
The campaign is over. The finish line is in sight. But there's still a way to go tonight. Though for some, it's definitely a sprint, not a marathon. Jessica Parker, BBC News.
In Scotland, the exit poll suggests a surge for the Scottish National Party. If correct, Nicola Sturgeon's party could claim 55 out of Scotland's 59 seats. That would be an increase of 20 on its performance in 2017. Scotland voted to remain in the EU by a significant margin, and the SNP are supporters of a second referendum. The first results are expected shortly. The exit polls suggest the Conservatives will make significant gains in Wales, with one expert predicting a possible wipeout of Labour in the northeast around Wrexham. That would mean Labour having the bulk of its MPs in the South Wales valleys. Plaid Cymru may lose one seat. The declaration is expected later in Boris Johnson's Uxbridge and South Ruislip constituency. The Prime Minister has yet to arrive at the count. While they're waiting, his rival candidates, Lord Buckethead and Count Binface, have been providing the entertainment for those gathering to hear the result. And while you're watching us, you can get more information from BBC News Online. And there's more from me throughout the night. For now, it's back to Hugh.
Election 2019, and we are talking about the pattern of voting and what it tells us in terms of the possible reasons that people voted, why they did in some parts of the country. A debate going on about whether it was a Brexit election or whether it was an election to reject Jeremy Corbyn, as some people are saying, including Labour people. There's a result in from Nuneaton. Now, this is the first result from the West Midlands, a key battleground area. This is where Labour had to really do well if it was to make some significant gains this evening. But look at this. Marcus Jones, the MP there since 2010, re-elected for Nuneaton on 27,390 votes, a turnout of 64%, a majority of over 13,000. I want to look at the share if I can, because the share of the vote is high. 61% share of the vote for the Tories in Nuneaton and 32% to Labour, almost half the share. And that tells you the story. The Conservatives storming ahead by 9 percentage points in this part of the West Midlands, and Labour taking a hit of 10 percentage points. What is the swing? Well, it's a very, very strong swing of 9.4% from Labour to the Conservatives. So that is Nuneaton. That's in Warwickshire. That's the first result we've had in. We've had 12 results in so far. There are 638 to go. It's 8 minutes past 1 in the morning, and waiting patiently to talk to us. We have Heidi Allen, who left the Tories and joined the Lib Dems, and we have Aaron Banks, the founder of Leave EU. Thank you for waiting to talk to us very patiently. Aaron, for you first of all, are you celebrating this Conservative victory?
I think it's a brilliant victory. I think Boris has done a fabulous thing, and I think it's on the scale of Mrs Thatcher type victory, which probably means 2 terms.
What does it mean for the Brexit process?
Well, I think Brexit process will, I think the first part of the deal will be will go through Parliament. Then I think he comes back with a strong majority to then negotiate the free trade deal. And I think we'll get the kind of Brexit that we were looking to get.
Is that, I mean, do you buy the possibility that that can be tied up by the end of 2020?
I do now, yeah. It's a strong majority. I think it's interesting that it's really united the right now. The Brexit party's, is over. I think Nigel did a great thing when he stood down the 300 seats. That probably was the point. I was going to ask you about that. I think that was the point when it happened, because he, I think in his heart, knew that by doing that it would destroy the Brexit party. And he's clearly taken votes from the Labour Party up north.
Because there was a lot of debate about precisely what that effect would be, and whether taking votes away from the Conservatives would allow Labour actually to survive.
If you look at the Nuneaton result, where there wasn't Brexit party, it was a straight swap. Up north, he's taken Labour votes.
You questioned the strategy at some points. So what would you say to Mr Farage? He was here earlier. What would you say to him now about the strategy that he adopted?
Well, I think it's always been about pressure. I mean, what we've tried to do is return the Conservative Party to its core roots, which I think we've done. With due respect to Heidi.
Heidi will have something to say about that, I think. Yes, yes.
Let's say the 40 or so strong Remainers in Parliament, 30 are gone.
Purged.
Purged.
That's the word I think I like to use.
Well, yeah, fair enough. We set out to make the Conservative Party conservative again, and I think it's job done. But well done to Boris.
Job done, Heidi. Do you think that's right?
I'd say one final thing. I think that Boris and Nigel naturally clashed because they appealed to the same sort of working class voters. Right. So they were clearly in the same kind of space. And I think that you know, that was key.
If you're a Brexiteer, Heidi, which I know you're not, but if you are, it is job done, isn't it?
Well, it is, and I was just listening to Aaron there. If we can, for one moment, put the general election aside in our minds, what have we become? The right is united. The left has had Jeremy Corbyn. This is not good for our country, these extremes of politics. Yes, the Tory party is a completely different party now from that which I joined. Right. I tell you what, if it was as it is now, I never would have joined in the first place. But regardless of the result tonight, we are in, I believe, a very bad place for democracy in this country. Millions of votes out there will be ignored. They will have no value whatsoever. And we have a hard right government in control and an official opposition that just has failed to do its job. And that is not a good place to be.
Well, I mean, let's just pause a second, Aaron. Give me a second, because we've got a result coming in Workington, which we can talk about as well. Sean Dilley is there for us. Sean, what's going on?
Well, everybody's gathering around the tables now to find out exactly how Workington Man has voted in the final event. Now, the Conservative think tank Onwards identified that typical voter that Boris Johnson needed to win over to break that Labour belt up here in the north. And it is looking very much as if the Conservative Party have won here. We're going to find out in a minute, but put it this way. Labour Party looking rather sombre. The Conservative Party just a few feet away from me have been eating pizza, laughing and rather jovial. So we're expecting that result very shortly now.
Sean, thanks very much for the update, and we'll keep an eye on that. Thanks a lot. And let's go to Darlington as well and talk to Kasia Madeira, who's there. Kasia, could you tell us what your reading of things is in Darlington?
Well, when it comes to the Labour Party, it's looking a little bit sombre. Let me just put this into context for you, because Darlington has been a Labour safe seat for 27 years. Just think back to the days of the former Labour Health Secretary Alan Milburn with his over 10,000 vote majority. Now, when the shadow Brexit minister Jenny Chapman came in 2010, that majority did drop to just over 3,000. But for the past 3 elections, she has maintained that majority. And given that Darlington voted in the EU referendum to leave by 56%, it's no surprise that the Conservatives have been targeting this constituency. And they've been targeting it so strongly that at the beginning of the week, Boris Johnson turned up here by private jet, which actually raised a few eyebrows because he was coming from Doncaster, which is only an hour away by train. Now, when it comes to the mood here, when you sort of look and speak to the Conservative campaigners, they're feeling confident. But actually, if you looked at the local election results, across Tees Valley, there seems to be a political realignment is going on. A Conservative was elected as the Tees Valley mayor, and for the first time in 28 years, Labour lost the Darlington local authority. They lost 9 seats. So the Conservative Party became the largest party in that local authority. They were just 4 seats away from a majority. So really, really fascinating to see how that's changing. The Conservative Party candidate is not in any way he's very demure about the whole thing. He said that he's not complacent. Peter Gibson was saying that when it comes to any potential votes turning from red to blue, well, it's certainly votes that he describes as being on loan, and it is very much up to the Conservatives to prove that they deserve those votes. So really, really interesting, and it will be interesting to see, because Peter Gibson, had voted Remain when it came to the EU referendum, so it will be interesting to see if that's reflected. But actually, if you're looking and talking to the huddles of different political parties, the Conservatives are feeling quite confident. And likewise, when you speak to the Labour campaigners, they feel that a stronger message on Brexit would have been helpful when they were out campaigning. But we're expecting a result very, very shortly. The piles of votes are piling up, so we're expecting it hopefully within the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Kasia, thanks very much, and we'll be back in Darlington. As you say, it's a key test. Look at the images there from East Kilbride. This will be our first result in Scotland if it comes up in the next few minutes. This is Rutherglen and Hamilton West in South Lanarkshire, and this is where Labour were elected, Gerard Killen back in 2017. But for the SNP, we have Margaret Ferrier contesting. She was the MP between 2015 and 2017, former Scotland spokesperson for the SNP. We've just seen some SNP party workers there cheering and looking rather happy. They're clearly waiting for the result to come in. But it looks as if this could be a good result for the Scottish National Party, again potentially from Labour. So we'll see what happens. It's the number 2 target seat for the SNP in Scotland. This is a seat in the southeast of Glasgow. Nicola Sturgeon, First Minister, has made many campaign visits to Rutherglen and Hamilton West. Laura's with me. And Laura, really, this will be a test of elements of the exit poll to see how strong that SNP performance is.
Yeah, that's right. And remember, our exit poll, while it gives a decisive national picture, we have less data on what happened in Scotland just because of the nature of how the poll was carried out. So lots of caution in terms of what's going on in Scotland. But this has been very, very high on the target list. Rutherglen, just outside the southwest of Glasgow. Nicola Sturgeon's been there all the time and trying to overturn a really narrow majority. You know, it was only 18,800 or so last time between on the SNP and Labour just ahead. Yeah. So if the SNP surging back is to be real, this is where it has to start.
Indeed, because if it doesn't happen here, well, then you're going to have to ask some very serious questions about the projections for the SNP in Scotland. But judging by the faces and the cheers we saw earlier on, the word clearly was out that they think they've done rather well.
It certainly looks like it, but of course, like this night, isn't it? It's like we start off with a jigsaw and we think we know what the shape of it is going to be, and then piece by piece, as each result comes through, we're able to put it together. But just as we wait for that result, if the SNP has strengthened their grip on Scotland to this kind of extent, if they're above 50 seats or so, meanwhile, England, so much of England seems to be turning blue, that poses a very serious question and really raises the tensions over the union again. And throughout this campaign, Nicola Sturgeon has been absolutely overt that she's determined to try to get another referendum as soon as she possibly can. Also, the Tories on the other side, which has helped them getting unionist votes in Scotland, have been completely clear they wouldn't allow her to do that. Now, those two sides cannot hold tense like that forever. And of course, you know, it may well be that the results of tonight are going to set up a very, very tense situation between the politics of Scotland and the politics of England, and a Conservative Prime Minister who is in office because of a solid majority that he's got from England and maybe from parts of Wales. Because remember, last time round, although the Tories had a terrible night, they actually ended up with 13 MPs from Scotland. Yeah. Scotland saved Theresa May. Yeah. Boris Johnson looks to be winning significantly here, but without Scotland. And that may well have very big consequences for his time in government.
Looking at the pictures there from East Kilbride, Laura, and given that we're both veterans of this spotting at counts, do you reckon they're within a few minutes of it or not?
Looks to me like it might be a few minutes more. They're still right. Haven't seen the huddle of it. Doesn't look like the candidates have been called to the stage yet, which is normally the sort of telltale sign. But maybe lots of raising of eyebrows by the Labour activists there at the front of the crowd.
Well, I know that Mike Russell of the Scottish National Party has joined Andrew here in the studio, along with Nicky Morgan, the former Conservative Cabinet Minister. So I'm just wondering, as we wait for this, we may have to interrupt rudely, Andrew, obviously. Of course. But why don't we just join you, because East Kilbride is about to come up, and I'm sure Mike will have something to say about that.
Indeed, Mike Russell, let me come to you first. We don't know how well the SNP have done, but you've done very well. Well, I expect so. Tonight. That's the way it's looking. But it looks like there's going to be a substantial Conservative majority in Westminster. You want a second Scottish referendum. Mr Johnson said you're not going to get one. What happens?
Well, the people of Scotland will have said that they want one. The Tory campaign was entirely about refusing that. If they have lost a substantial number of seats, and I believe they have lost a substantial number of seats, then that message has been rejected. If Boris Johnson is a Democrat, he has to recognise that. We have to move on to what we did with the Edinburgh Agreement in 2012, which was a disagreement between the two governments, but we agreed that that could only be resolved democratically. That is the issue here.
But whether or not Scotland has a second referendum is a matter for Westminster. It's a reserved power.
It's a matter for both parliaments. So they both have to vote for it.
Yes, but
we have voted for it.
But you cannot have a legal referendum unless Westminster agrees. That is the law.
Both parliaments have to vote.
So if Westminster says certainly for 2020 you're not having one, we'll look at it again after the Holyrood, the Scottish elections in 2021, What do you do?
Well, we say that there is a majority for one in Scotland. We fought this election very, very clearly on the issue of Scotland's right to choose, and the choice was very clear. It was a Brexit Britain, or it was Scotland independent Europe, and the people of Scotland would decide that. That's what has to happen.
Okay, let's interrupt and go back to Hugh, because we're about to get a declaration, but not from Scotland, I think.
We are going to Workington. I think they are gathering the candidates as we speak. Let's have a look. Let's go from East Kilbride to Workington and see what's going on there.
I, Andrew Seekings, being the acting returning officer for the Workington constituency, do hereby declare that the total number of votes cast for each candidate was as follows. Coburn, Nicky, Independent, 842. Heyman, Sue, Labour Party, 16,312. Hughes, Neil, Liberal Democrat, 1,525. Ivinson, Roy Allen, 87. Jenkinson, Mark, the Conservative Party, 20,000. $20,488. Perry Jill, Green Party, 596. Walker David, Brexit Party, 1,749. Therefore, Mark Ian Jenkinson is duly elected as the Member of Parliament for the Workington constituency.
That's a very significant result from Workington in Cumbria. This seat has been held by Labour since 1918, except for a small Conservative patch in 1970s. So it's a very, very strong Labour area in the past. It covers a bit of the Lake District. It's a former steel town on the Cumbrian coast. But the significance here is not just the fact that Conservatives have gained this seat. It is the fact that Sue Heyman is a key member of Jeremy Corbyn's team. She's the Shadow Environment Secretary. She's been the MP here since 2015. And Mark Jenkinson, the gentleman who's speaking now, who's the new Conservative MP for Workington, is a deputy leader of Allerdale Council. And we are being told that East Kilbride is now about ready to declare. A test here of the SNP and Labour. Is this the Rutherglen and West, Hamilton West? Yes.
In the Rutherglen and Hamilton West constituency, I hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate was as follows. Margaret Ferrier, Scottish National Party, 23,775. Jed Killen, Labour and Cooperative Party, 18,545. Janice Elizabeth Mackay, UKIP, 629. Mark McGeever, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,791. Lynn Nayland, Scottish Conservative and Unionist, 8,054. And I declare that Margaret Ferrier is elected to serve.
Well, that's quite a win for the Scottish National Party in Rutherglen and Hamilton West. Margaret Ferrier, former MP here, now being re-elected on 23,775 votes, with Labour's Ged Killen on 18,500. He's been the MP since 2017. Conservatives in third place on some 8,000 votes. 66% turnout, majority of over 5,000. So look at the share, 44% to the SNP, 34% to Labour. And then we look at the change and you see the boost to the SNP support of 7 percentage points. Labour down 3, the Tories down 5. So that plus 7 is interesting. If we look at the swing, 5.1% swing from Labour to the SNP. That, I'm being told, is not quite as big as the exit poll was suggesting, though let's not beat about the bush. It's clearly a very resounding victory for the SNP in Rutherglen and Hamilton West. Let's bring in our Scotland editor, Sarah Smith, who's in Edinburgh. A response then, Sarah, to that first result and what you think is likely to happen to that SNP performance as the night goes on.
The SNP will be much cheered by this because they've been finding it difficult to believe, the exit poll, that they really could win 55 seats, and they've all been telling us to take it with a pinch of salt. But they are confident their vote is going to go up, and that's going to have some really serious consequences if that is repeated across the country, and particularly once we start to see the seats where it's an SNP Tory toss-up. If the SNP vote's going up, the Conservative vote's going down, and the Conservatives aren't able to hold on to very many seats in this country. Because that will tell us two things. That when the SNP said to the Scottish voters, support us if you want another referendum on Scottish independence, that Scots turned out and voted in favour of that proposition, but also that Scotland and the rest of the UK are moving in totally different directions. That whilst England is increasing its vote for the Conservatives, it's going down in Scotland where people are turning to the SNP. It was a real risk for the Nationalists to go into this election saying it's about independence, because that can galvanise the Unionists to get behind the Conservatives. If that hasn't happened, it's going to look like there's a really resolute mandate for the SNP to say we want another referendum on independence. We know what Boris Johnson's response is going to be to that. He has made it very clear. He will say absolutely not. So that puts us on a constitutional collision course. And the SNP's argument throughout this campaign has been, look, however Scotland votes, it doesn't get the government it voted for in Westminster. That shows the Westminster system is broken. Well, these results might demonstrate that they were right about that to many Scottish voters. And if Boris Johnson does persist in refusing another referendum, he really runs the risk of driving more people in Scotland towards the independence cause, because there's even Labour figures here tonight saying it's undemocratic to refuse another referendum if the SNP do get 50 or more seats tonight.
Just to bear with us, Sarah, because John Curtice is telling us that that they were expecting the SNP to pick up this seat quite easily with a 13-point increase. I'm talking about Rutherglen, obviously. A 13-point increase and a 14% drop in the Labour share. In the event, says John, the SNP vote is up by 7 percentage points, Labour by 3, an indication that the exit poll may well have exaggerated the size of the SNP advance. And that really is reflecting what you were saying earlier about the SNP's, well, slight nervousness, I suppose, about where they'll end up at the end of the evening, though clearly in a very strong position.
Yeah, they don't think they're going to get 55 out of the 59 seats in Scotland. And where it will really matter is in the 13 seats that are held by the Conservatives, in all of which the SNP are second. And usually there's not a very big margin between them either. This is why the exit polls are so difficult for Scotland. The majorities here are tiny. But if we do see a lot of those Conservative seats falling to the SNP, which is what we thought at the start of the campaign, but I mean, right up until this afternoon, there were Tories who were fairly confident that they were going to keep 10 seats in Scotland. If they can't do that, if they are losing out to the SNP, that's what's going to make it really obvious that Scotland just votes very differently from the rest of the UK and allow the SNP to make the argument that Scotland therefore doesn't belong in the UK.
Sarah, good to talk to you. We'll be back later. Thanks very much. Sarah Smith, our Scotland editor. A result in from Darlington, which is worth noting, certainly. This is a Conservative gain. Jenny Chapman, who's been the Labour MP since 2010, has lost the seat, and Peter Gibson for the Conservatives is in as the MP for Darlington. The turnout 66%, a majority of over 3,000. It has been in Tory hands before. Sir Michael Fallon, the former Defence Secretary, was actually the MP here for the Tories in the 80s and into the early 90s, but it's then been Labour since 1992. Well, it's now Conservative again, 48% of the vote to them and 40% to Labour. The Tories up by 5% and Labour down by 10%. The swing this time from Labour to Tory is 7.5%. So the Darlington result from County Durham, again, a Conservative gain from Labour. That is the story of the night. Quick word, Laura?
It's just interesting, that story of our night so far has been in the northeast of England. Now, throughout the campaign, when we've been around the country, clearly the Tories' Brexit message had been picking up, finding a lot of favour in the northeast of England. What we have no idea yet is whether or not that will be repeated in other places where seats matter so much, where the Tories needed to do well, whether that's in those Midlands marginals or seats like Newcastle-under-Lyme, Ashfield, round kind of Nottinghamshire. So the northeast certainly seems to have gone for Boris Johnson's offer of cracking on, leaving the EU, and also talking about easing off the spending squeeze a little bit. Yeah. That doesn't mean at this stage that other vital parts of the country are going to go for that approach too.
Thoughts on that? Heidi and Aaron, you've been chatting earlier, but I'm just going to pick up now that we've had a few more results in. Your perspective on the Conservative performance, given your experience of Conservative politics in the past. I'm just wondering where you think places like Darlington fit into this picture. What are they telling you about the way that the Conservative Party's reached into these areas?
What it's telling me is more what's worrying me, and people have alluded to this already on the programme tonight. This is a Brexit election now. What about next time? What about those people? If the Tories were really interested in areas like Darlington, they would have dealt with the 5-week wait on universal credit. They don't understand the impact of austerity. They don't understand how people on modest incomes live. And I worry that the people in those constituencies are going to bitterly regret their vote, particularly if we have a hard Brexit or a no-deal Brexit. Their world with the manufacturing up there will fall apart. Looking at the SNP result in the seat just before, let's just say goodbye to the United Kingdom.
So Heidi, they clearly understood them so badly. They've had a complete landslide.
But it's a vote. It isn't living with the reality of a Conservative government, and that's still to come.
The fact is, Remainers in Parliament spent 3.5 years trying to defeat the Democratic vote, and this is a direct reaction to trying to overturn a Democratic vote. And you can say what you like, but the people have spoken. It's that 17.4 million have come out, voted in huge numbers, massive turnout, and, you know, you've lost.
But my fear isn't about the Brexit or the Remain dynamic. My worry is what it's going to feel like for those people under a Conservative government who have no care for the impact of poverty on those people's lives. That's what's worried me. Yes, the Conservatives have done brilliantly.
Well, they obviously took it into account when they voted.
But they haven't experienced it yet, and that's the point. And that's my worry.
Your point is that you think there'll be a backlash?
Well, unless the Tory party shifts remarkably and becomes this one-nation dream that apparently people like me thought had disappeared. You know, talk of putting up school funding, marvellous. Some of us have been talking about that for years. Dealing with poverty, having a message for people in constituencies like that who are really struggling. Where was the Tory party when they needed them? And now they're voting for Ambrosia.
These are the sort of people that used to vote for Mrs Thatcher and disliked your kind of politics. Now they've returned to the Conservative Party in huge numbers and delivered a massive majority.
Who's to say this is not a vote? I mean, some people have suggested, Aaron, that this is a vote actually to reject Jeremy Corbyn more than actually.
Well, I think there is an element of that. I mean, the anti-Semitism, the nationalisation of whole industries, Trotskyite economic policies, it's obviously pretty helpful.
So it's not all about Brexit, is it?
No, I agree. But I'm just saying, I think you have to say that Parliament, people like Heidi have spent 3.5 years trying to overturn a democratic vote, and I think the people don't like that. Yeah.
Just worth saying on that point, Ken Livingstone, of course, who's been tangled up in all of the claims about Labour's handling of anti-Semitism, has said it looks like the end for Jeremy. I'm sure he'll have to resign tomorrow. But Ken Livingstone, who of course had to fight allegations that he had expressed anti-Semitic views, said the Jewish vote wasn't very helpful. Now, I can just imagine rather a lot of eyebrows shooting up around inside the Labour Party, that Ken Livingstone being the person to say that tonight. But then here, even one of his oldest allies is basically saying that Jeremy Corbyn is going to have to resign. But it was interesting. I just wonder if we can pick Heidi up. What is to say, though, that Boris Johnson might not be able to be a different kind of Conservative Party? He has, by your own admission, changed the Conservative Party a lot in the last few months, kicking people out, making it not somewhere that you would feel comfortable, having been a Conservative before, but do you think there's any chance that he will become that bootstraps kind of Tory?
Well, we'll wait and see, won't we? And don't get me wrong, nothing would please me more than there being changes to the welfare system, for example, that would support people in some of the poorer constituencies around the country. I would love for them to be absolutely proven wrong. But you take people as you find them, his track record so far, the fact that he was not interested in listening about issues on universal credit. I've got no evidence on which to suggest that he will change his position, but I'd be delighted if he does, absolutely, because it's about what the people need, not the political party.
Well, I think he's done a rattling good job and he's winning.
Well, certainly the signs are that he's won a decent majority. Yeah. There's no question about that. Jarrow, that's a Labour hold, but by the way, a Labour to Conservative swing of 11.3%. So just underlining the fact that, you know, that the swing to the Tories from Labour in these seats. Jarrow and Tyne and Weir is just underlining the pattern for us. And talking of swing, why don't we join Jeremy, who can give us a graphic illustration of what's going on with the swingometer.
Well, it's that moment, isn't it? Because we've got just about enough results now to have a look at the BBC swingometer and to see what's happening. And it is very, very dramatic. Let's just remind you here that the swingometer simply shows you one party in relation to another. If they stay exactly as they were last time, then the arrow is vertical like that. But if you imagine a head-to-head race between two parties, swing shows you where the votes are going. And here we have the Labour Conservative swingometer, and we're going to look at the swing, the actual swing in the 20 seats whose results we've had so far. And as I say, it's dramatic because it's right up here above 7%. Now, you'll see the dots on the swingometer. Each dot is a seat, and the dots are placed at the position that relates to the swing needed for the seat to change hands. So if that were to be the average uniform swing across the country, if it happened in every single seat, all of these red dots from here would be coloured blue as the Conservatives push into Labour territory. That's a very, very big swing by the Conservatives. Let's just see what the share of the vote is doing. Now, here you will see that Labour's share has dropped dramatically. In fact, the big story really here is that Labour's vote has simply fallen through the floor, down 11% on last time. By contrast, despite the dramatic nature of this result and how well the Conservatives are doing in certain constituencies, actually their vote is only 3% up so far as we can tell, on their votes under Theresa May 2 years ago. Similarly, Lib Dems up about the same amount with virtually nothing to show for it. So the Conservatives' vote has raised a little on average, but they're helped hugely by this precipitate decline in the Labour vote under Jeremy Corbyn. Now, you remember I said swing, on average, from the 20 seats we've seen so far, was above 7%. Let's just see the results on the board. Let me just ask the swingometer to pick out the constituencies which we've heard from. And, of course, not very many so far. I should say most of them are outside the range of the swingometer. But what you can see here are Darlington and Workington. So the swing needed was much less than the Conservatives actually got. They've virtually broken our swingometer here with this swing. We haven't seen anything like this, by the way, since 1997 with Tony Blair's landslide against John Major, where the swing was 10%. And before that, you've got to go back to 1945. So this is historically a very big swing to see in a general election. If you look right up, just to see if we can focus just above that, the yellow dot is the SNP in Rutherglen, but the blue dot I'm just pointing at, just near the 10, the blue dot is Blythe Valley, where that 8,000 majority was overturned. And by contrast, here we have Nuneaton, a result we had in. Now, Nuneaton, you know, is now in a situation with a majority over 10,000, where actually it's a very safe seat. 2 elections ago, Nuneaton was one of our most closely fought marginals on our list. So the picture is changing, but that, as you know, Hugh, that is a very big swing to be seeing in a UK general election.
It's remarkable, Jeremy, isn't it? And I'm just wondering, you know, given previous elections you've looked at as well, is this the kind of swing that you think will deliver I suppose, broadly, this solid majority that John Curtice and the exit poll were talking about earlier?
Oh, well, I think it has to. I mean, of course, we've only had 20 seats, and this is the average of those 20. and we will see the swing will change a bit and settle down. But over time, we'll see it's bound to be above 5%. It looks likely to be above 6%. That would deliver that majority. And yes, we were mentioning Tony Blair with 10%. We don't see this very often. The only other time I can remember the arrow recently went almost breaking the swingometer was actually the SNP's vote in the 2015 general election, where it almost went off the scale, and there was a massive swing to them there. But it's very dramatic, and if that is sustained through the night, of course it will be a thumping majority.
Jeremy, see you later. Thank you very much. Jeremy Vine there for us once again, and nice to see the swingometer in action. Lindsay Hoyle, who is the Speaker of the House of Commons, just elected a few weeks ago. He's been returned in Chorley. He's formerly a Labour MP, of course, but standing as Mr. Speaker this time and safely re-elected. Let's look at the state of the parties before we join Andrew and his guests once again. And the state of the parties are this. 12 to Labour, they're down 4. The Tories are 8. They're up 3, and the SNP on 1, who are, and they've just gained 1 seat. So we've just had one, that was Rutherglen, that we saw just a short while ago. Nothing as yet for the Lib Dems, the DUP and Plaid Cymru. So Labour on 4 losses right now, the Tories on 3 gains. 22 declared, 628 to go, Andrew. So there's still plenty to talk about.
We have a wee while yet, I think.
Yes.
Pound is still doing strongly on the international exchanges. It's almost 135 against the dollar and over 120 against the euro. And Nicky Morgan for the Conservatives, Mike Russell for the SNP are still with me. Nicky Morgan, if Mr Johnson gets anything like the kind of majority that we're looking at, does that mean that he's master of all these surveys in the Tory party now?
Well, as you say, it's a question of if at the moment. We haven't had very many results.
Yeah, but we can see the way it's going. He's heading for a majority. A decent
a good working majority. Yes, of course, it makes the Prime Minister able to be in command of the legislative agenda. It doesn't mean that there's complete plain sailing, because any Chief Whip knows that you have to work with your MPs in order to get legislation through. But of course, and also strengthens the hand, I think, internationally as well, because people are able to see that actually the Prime Minister is able to get his legislation through in a way we haven't seen for the last few years, which is why we've had this election.
But when it comes to the negotiations, after we, I assume, leave now at the end of January, formally, but of course we enter a transition period and nothing changes, to quote a former Conservative Prime Minister, the negotiations then are future relationship. Now, does this strengthen his hand that he can go, if he's so minded, for a hard Brexit, or does it mean he can ignore the hardliners, more hardline on Brexit, and go for a softer Brexit and still get it through?
Well, I think the Prime Minister wants the best possible trading agreement he can get with the EU.
But there's a price for that, though. I mean, the closer the arrangement... I mean, this hasn't really been discussed very much in the campaign. Since it's over, we can look at it a lot more now. The more friction-free he wants our relationship to be with the EU, the more the EU will say, fine, but you need to stay largely aligned with our rules. What does he do?
Well, that is going to be one of the big negotiating points. I expect it to be different for different sectors of the economy. There'll be, obviously, all the departments will be having their input into that. I mean, the Prime Minister is very clear that he realises that one of the big things, obviously, about the country the last 3.5 years are the divisions. We know, obviously, differences of views in the Conservative Party. I don't think he's going to want to say, I'm going to go this way and ignore this group of people, or that way and ignore that group of MPs. He does realise the need, and he's talked about this, to try to build bridges.
I understand. I'm just trying to work out which way he will go, given that he's got this substantial majority. Let me come back to Mike Russell. It would seem, I mean, the two main clear winners tonight are the Conservatives in England and the Scottish National Party north of the border, which would suggest to me we're heading for a constitutional standoff.
We've been in a constitutional crisis for the last 2 to 3 years. I've been, as you know, the person negotiating for the Scottish Government with the UK Government. This difficulty here, the gulf has widened completely. But the point you make about what happens next is crucial to that too, because within the discussion of the level playing field and what would take place, the EU has been very clear. It does not want what it regards as unfair competition on its border. But there's also no agreement about how Scotland's devolved interests are represented by the UK government. There are key areas of this agreement. You could put them into a variety of industrial sectors. You can put them into fishing, you can put them into agriculture, but there are other sectors too, in which those are fully devolved areas. And there's no hierarchy of governments in devolution. There's only a hierarchy of parliaments.
So there's certainly not going to be
lots of difficulties.
There's not going to be a friction-free arrangement between London and Edinburgh.
There's not going to be a friction-free arrangement between London and Brussels, nor London and Edinburgh. Indeed, Boris Johnson will be Mr. Friction, I have to say, in all this.
Okay, we've got another declaration coming out. Let me go back to Hugh.
Well, now then, I think we are looking at a result from the Vale of Clwyd in Denbighshire. This is in North East Wales. And that result coming in.
Being the acting returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Vale of Clwyd constituency held on Thursday the 12th of December 2019. Hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election was as follows. Dane Peter Christopher, Brexit Party. Ian Meal, Pedwar Cant, Saith Deg Saith, 1,477. Davis James Michael, Welsh Conservative Party candidate, Ymgeisith Plaid Geidwadol Cymru, 17,000 Daigant a Saith Deg, 17,270. Rwan Christopher Shaw, Welsh Labour, Clafer Cymru, 15,000 Pedwar Cant a Pedwar Deg 3, 15,443. Scots, Gavin Christopher, Welsh Liberal Democrats, Democratiad, Rithro Cymru, 1,000 Pedwar Cant a Saith Deg 1,471. Swingler Glen, Plaid Cymru, the Party of Wales, 1,000 Cant a 52, 1,552. Ac with een datgan drwy hun fod.
So the returning officer declaring in Welsh and in English in the Vale of Clwyd in North East Wales is a Conservative gain. Let's look at these figures just to underline what's going on. An area of Wales that the Conservatives have very big hopes of making gains, and this is indeed a gain. Chris Ruane, a long-standing Labour MP, has been defeated, and James Davis, Dr James Davis, a local GP, has taken this seat for the Conservatives under a majority of 1,827 on a turnout of 66%. So he's taking 46% of the vote to 41% for Labour, and that means that Labour has dipped from 2017 by 9 percentage points and the Tories up by 2 percentage points, which was enough when you look at the incursion of the Brexit Party as well into that Labour vote. It's enough to give that seat to the Conservatives on a 5.5% swing from Labour to the Tories. A quick word, Laura?
Well, that seat is somewhere that the Conservatives will be seeing the pattern outside the northeast of England that they were hoping to see right across the country. We have heard also in the last couple of minutes, it sounds like the Tories have also taken back Peterborough. Again, a traditional sort of bellwether seat, the kind of place that parties wanting to get solid majorities have to win. It sounds like in Peterborough too, they have taken that back from the Labour Party.
Let's talk to the Labour Party chair, who is Ian Lavery, who's in Kuenssberg. Ian, thanks very much for waiting to talk to us. What are your thoughts on how Labour's doing tonight?
Well, I think you'll understand what my thoughts will be. I'm desperately disappointed. I am surprised in some ways, but unsurprised in others. I think what we're seeing in the Labour heartlands is people very aggrieved at the fact that the party basically has taken a stance on Brexit the way they have. 17.4 million people voting for Brexit and basically being ignored is not a good recipe, and I think democracy prevails. Ignore democracy, and to be quite honest, the consequences will come back and bite you up the backside. That's what I think we're seeing up till now, although there's only been, I think, listen to the programme, I think there's only been 20 or 30 seats that have been announced up to now.
I'm just noting, Ian, that you've been re-elected, but your majority has been cut substantially to about 800 votes. There's been a big debate tonight, and you've just touched on it again, about whether this is about people feeling aggrieved about Brexit, or whether this is about, as some of your Labour colleagues are suggesting, a failure of the Labour leadership to put a message forward that will attract enough votes and, command respect. Now, what is your view on that argument?
My view is simple, Hugh, and that is that you cannot ignore democracy. You can try and push it away if you wish, but the people in the north, the people who I associate myself with on a daily basis, are very much aggrieved. They're very angry at the fact that we're still not out of the EU after 3.5 years. And the thing is that they do blame the failure of the negotiations of the Tory party, but they think and they've seen that and believe that the Labour Party is a Remain party. The fact of the matter is that they're not going to tolerate that. They believe, and they believed in 2016, when they had their vote in the EU referendum, they believe that they should have been listened to, and they think that the Labour Party have totally reneged on the result of that. That's what this is about. This is a Brexit election. This is a rerun of 2016.
When your colleagues, some of them, are calling for Mr Corbyn to step down almost immediately, what would you say to them?
Well, what I would say is to everyone, let's just wait and see what the results actually are by 12 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Let us see what the situation is. But can I say, Hugh, in 2017, the Labour Party leader was Jeremy Corbyn. We had a radical manifesto. 2019, the Labour Party had a radical manifesto, and Jeremy Corbyn was a leader of the Labour Party as well. The big difference is in 2019 we promised a second referendum, and people are suggesting, quite rightly, why should there be a second referendum when they had a referendum in 2016? And I think that's the issue. It's not Jeremy Corbyn, it's Brexit and ignoring democracy.
Well, it's the policy. You've just described the policy there, Ian, that the party was putting forward, which was a second referendum, having negotiated a new deal. That was Mr Corbyn's position. So clearly, you're very critical of the strategy that he adopted.
It's, by the way, Hugh, I am critical of it, and I think people are very much aware that I've been explaining to colleagues of mine for more than 18 months, possibly 2 years, that we shouldn't have went down that path. But we are a democratic party, and it's not Jeremy Corbyn's decision. This is a decision that was agreed by conference in 2019. We had an almighty debate in conference on the EU, on different issues, and we came away from that conference. There was 13,000 people at the conference, lots of delegates discussed this, and we formulate our policy within the party. We're democratic, and Jeremy Corbyn accepted the decision that was made at the conference, and that's the decision we took into the election.
Ian, thanks very much for talking to us, and it's good of you to join us. It's 5 to 2 in the morning. Thank you so much to the party, Labour Party chair there, Ian Lavery, in Kuenssberg, narrowly held on to his seat there. His majority was greatly reduced, but other Labour colleagues haven't done as well. We've had a result in from Putney. This is in southwest London. Let's see it.
I, Jane Cooper, being the returning officer at the election of a Member of Parliament for the Putney constituency, held on Thursday the 12th of December 2019, do hereby give notice that the number of votes recorded for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Fleur Anderson, Labour Party, 22,780. Thank you. Fergal Joseph Mackenzie, Green Party, 1,133. Will Sweet, the Conservative Party candidate, 18,006. Sue Wixley, Liberal Democrats. Don't know if anybody heard that. Sue Wixley, Liberal Democrats, 8,548. The total number of ballot papers rejected as follows. Want of official mark, nil. Voting for more candidates than voter was entitled to 21.
So there's the result in from Putney. Justine Greening, who's standing down as the MP who was with us earlier, she's the Conservative former MP, former Education Secretary. Well, her successor, Will Sweet, the Conservative, has been defeated and Labour has gained Putney. So this is a rare success story for Labour this evening, and this, of course, will open up the whole debate about Remain and Leave areas, because Putney, of course, in an area which was strongly Remain back in 2016. 45% to Labour, 36% to the Tories. Labour up by 4% in Putney and the Conservatives down by 8%. The Lib Dems as well up by 5%. That reflecting again the result there in 2016 probably. The swing, well, let's have a look at it. It's a swing from Conservative to Labour. We haven't seen that, have we, much? It's 6.4%. I also want to tell you about Angus, because that result is in. And this is again for the SNP from the Conservatives. Look at this. Dave Dugan taking 21,000 votes. Kirstine Hare taking 17,000 for the Conservatives. A majority of 3,795. And a turnout of 68%, 49% of the vote to the SNP, 40% to the Tories. The SNP up 11 percentage points. The Tories down 5. And a 7.7% swing to the SNP from the Conservatives. Laura?
Well, just with both of those results, a reminder that, this is not going to be all plain sailing for the Conservatives, both in terms of London. The Conservatives might have a very tricky night in London, and some of those Remain tending seats in the South East, they may well lose in quite a few places. And also, depending on how much the SNP tighten their grip, the Scottish Conservatives may be really, really cut back from that 13 they managed to achieve in 2017. And in both of those ways, Boris Johnson may well end up with a thumping majority, but he might be taking over a very divided map, with Scotland almost all yellow for the SNP, London and perhaps some of our other big cities, inner Birmingham, inner Manchester, inner Liverpool, very, very, very much still coloured red. Governing with a real patchwork like that may well not be straightforward.
Not straightforward at all. Laura, thanks. Why don't we look at some of the other results that have come in and some of the significant ones. Reeta can bring us right up to date.
I've got a couple of really interesting seats to show you here, Hugh. Peterborough in Cambridgeshire. This is a Conservative gain from the Labour Party. Now, as you can see, the history of the